station, take up the pencil tip, 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 tip. Put down that X with the BLP quick. Mia, we simple with Mia. Boom. Right now she got 5-star lore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for me. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia.
A pleasant good evening. A pleasant good evening to the good people of Pike Corner, the good people of Well Road, and of Cave Hill, and of Ursula Cattle Sobers Drive, and of Harmony, and all those in the hearing of my voice. We are the Barbados Labour Party, and we are ready to serve you another term. We are ready with our candidate Peter Ricardo Phillips here in St. Lucie, and with our political leader Mia Amor Mottley to take Barbados forward. We are ready. We are ready that on the 19th of January, from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, you will come out and you will stay with Phillips. You will stay with Mia. You will stay with the Barbados Labour Party so that we can have progress in this country continuing. My name is Danny Babb, and I am the chairperson tonight. And I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank those who are tuning in with us online. And I look forward to a most exciting meeting this evening. My job as chairman is not to talk long, but from time to time, I shall remind you why you need to stay with the Barbados Labour Party, stay with Peter Phillips, stay with Mia Amor Mottley as we lead this country to great prosperity. This evening, it gives me great pleasure to bring to this platform a gentleman who understands representation, a man who has served his constituency well, who has worked well within his ministerial portfolios, a man who understands what it means to work hard to ensure that constituents get what they need. I want to welcome this evening the man who will be returned as the next parliamentary representative for St. James North, Edmund Hinkson.
Be ready for elections and be voting Edmund Hinkson. Elections when we reach at the poll. By Edmund Hinkson we place in VX. There we go, there we go. Edmund Hinkson be voting in the best. When we reach by the poll. By Edmund Hinkson we place in VX. There we go, there we go. Edmund Hinkson we voting in the best. Oh yes, cast your X. We voting Edmund Hinkson, yes.
Good night, the good people of Pike Corner and St. Lucie, and of course the whole of Northern Barbados, including St. James North, and good night to all Barbadians. We are now very close to our date with destiny. Less than 40 hours before the general elections on Wednesday. And we are here, of course, to continue pleading our case to the people of St. Lucie, to the people of Barbados, as to why Peter Ricardo Phillips should be re-elected as Member of Parliament of St. Lucie, and why the Barbados Labour Party and its candidates should be returned to office to govern this country with the consent and will of the people, and in partnership and association with the citizens and people of Barbados for the next term of office. I have known Peter for a very long time before either of us decided to enter elective politics. We were both sons of the Barbados Labour Party, born into the Barbados Labour Party. His father and my father were good friends, both politically and in terms of cricket. I remember, I know Peter's father longer than I know Peter, because I used to go watch Spartan Cricket Club as a teenager, occasionally on a Saturday afternoon with my dad, and Mr. Phillips used to be there. And Mr. Phillips was a very decent individual, always impressed me. His son, Peter, could not be otherwise than being decent, a man of integrity, a man of commitment to his people, to his community, and a man just willing to serve and do better for his people. And I always say that you should not enter politics, elective politics, without some track record which you can come and bring to the people who you want to represent, to show that you are an individual of service and not some kind of opportunist looking to see what you could get out of politics, whether it is financial or otherwise. And Peter came to you with a track record of service to this parish, to this constituency. He was a key member and member of the management team of the St. Peter Parish Ambassadors for many, many years. Sorry, of the St. Lucie Parish Ambassadors for many, many years. And he was a successful manager of that committee, because St. Lucie has won the Parish Ambassadors more than any other parish. I'm sure you all have won the ambassadorship, the title, on 6 or more occasions, while Peter was administratively involved in the management of your committee and your various representatives. I remember going on quite a few occasions to the gymnasium, obviously supporting St. James, and at the end of the day, you hear St. Lucie win, and I, go and congratulate Peter and your St. Lucie representatives on a job well done, being successful again. So Peter comes with that track record, and that means a lot in politics, because it means that you have paid your dues in terms of your service. Peter, of course, as we know, won last time duly elected member of parliament, and it was on his third occasion. He did not give up the people of St. Lucie. He stuck with it until he was successful. He's not like the other candidate, of course, who defeated massively on the last occasion by much more than she was defeated on the first occasion, massively defeated in the parish which is furthest from St. Lucie, but now finds herself up here at the top of the country to try to win a seat, being opportunistic, having, to my knowledge, not done anything for the people of St. Lucie in terms of background, but just pleading ancestry. I mean, it doesn't work like that. Show me what you have done in real terms, in meaningful terms for the people who you want to represent. And then let's talk. Peter has been what I consider the utility minister in the Mayor Mottley administration over the last 3 years, 8 months. He has served as Minister of State in 3 ministries, initially in the Public Works Ministry, then in the Agricultural Ministry, and of course agriculture is a prime commodity in St. Lucie. You're in rural parish, and of course agriculture means a lot to you. And he is presently serving, of course, as we know, as in the Ministry of Housing. And housing is about to take off in terms of social fundamentals for the people of this country. He has been instrumental, of course, too, in conceptualizing and implementing our recent housing programs and developments. Of course, we have the housing development going up at Lancaster, just across the border from my constituency. Almost 200 houses going up. And the plan as well, of course, through Hope Inc., which is the company that the government of Barbados, Ministry of Housing, is partnering with to build houses. Plan to build some in St. Lucie as well, of course, in Colleton, I believe it is, and also in St. John and St. Phillips and Christchurch. And this is part, of course, of our manifesto commitment to provide 10,000 housing solutions for Barbadians during our next terms of office, if we have given the opportunity, as we believe we will be by the good people of Barbados, including the people of St. Lucie, because Peter is a vital part of our team of candidates. As I said, he is loyal, he's committed, he's a utility minister. And we need Peter again in the Parliament of Barbados. I need Peter by my side as I, with the will of the people of St. James North, expect to be going up the stairs of Parliament when the first session is called after the next election. So I've come here tonight to ask the people of Paikona and wider St. Lucie to re-elect, as you did, Peter Phillips to be your representative. Now, we know that Paikona, by tradition, has been a DLP area. You know, I've never understood how St. Lucie is divided so much. I mean, Paikona in one part being heavily aligned traditionally to the Democratic Labour Party, Checker Hall being heavily aligned to the Barbados Labour Party. And I thank you, the people of Paikona, for seeing the wisdom of pelting out the Democratic Labour Party and its candidate last elections. I thank you for giving Peter every box in St. Lucie, in Paikona, in spite of your traditional loyalty to the Democratic Labour Party. It shows me that the people of Paikona are wise, intelligent, thinking people, because you understood that your future lied with the Barbados Labour Party and with Mia Mottley and Peter Phillips. And you ditch tradition, you ditch what your parents used to do, grandparents, and voted for Peter. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. The Democratic Labour Party failed the people of Pike Corner and the people of St. Lucie, especially in the last decade, the last 2 terms of office, where they treated all of Barbados, including St. Lucie, as some circus, right? Not giving anything, not doing good by the people. Not, for example, buying any bus, public transport bus, so that the people of St. Lucie, the furthest parish in Barbados, got to go the furthest distance north. Many a night, you down in Bridgetown can't get a bus, can't get home till after 3 hours. And you have your family there waiting on you, wondering what happened. The women having to walk through darkness to get home in some cases. And the Democratic Labour Party couldn't find it fit to buy one single public transport bus to assist you. And then, of course, you had to transfer from Spikestown to get another bus to come up here, so that made it even more difficult. The Barbados Labour Party now, even in the midst of COVID pandemic, even in the midst of having to find a couple $2 billion to save the lives of everybody here tonight and everybody who can hear me tonight, found the money to buy 30 plus new buses, electric buses, if you please, smooth Wi-Fi. You could do your WhatsApp, your emails while you're coming home in the long distance. Air conditioned, could put your feet up, relax. Accommodation for persons with immobilities, every one of them with wheelchair accommodation for people with disabilities at the front of the desk, of the bus. And that is what a caring government does. Again, the Democratic Labour Party, even though you in Pike Corner have been traditionally loyal to them, rewarded your loyalty by not giving you any garbage collections, in some cases in under 3 weeks. Unsanitary, unhealthy conditions created by a government that did not have the foresight or the care or even the concern to give you a proper garbage collection. And you know why? Because again, they refused to buy any new garbage trucks in the 10 years, 3 months of the last decade. No new garbage trucks. Barbados Labour Party came, and garbage collection again is no longer an issue. Just like how public transportation is no longer an issue. Because we bought a fleet of buses, about 30, of garbage trucks, about 35. New garbage trucks, if you please. Big, retrofitted to that the garbage bins can come on them and go up. In other words, the workers, the SSA workers, don't have to be taking out a lot of garbage and getting their hands really dirty. And we gave you garbage bins too. New, modernized garbage bins that go onto the truck. And garbage bins with parcels, with sections to separate the garbage from the plastics. That is what we did. Caring government, looking after and providing for your daily living. In addition to that, of course, the Barbados Labour Party gave public servants a 5% salary increase. You would remember that. Within 3 weeks, Prime Minister Mottley had a mini budget. Mid-June, 3 weeks of coming into office. 5% salary increase that the unions and your labor representatives couldn't get out of the Democratic Labour Party in the last 9 years of their 10 years, 3 months in office. No salary increase you got, but you got NSRL, all right, a nuisance tax that we marched against in our thousands, over 10,000 people easily marching through Bridgetown on Saturday and ending up in Lower Green. But you didn't get a salary increase as a public officer, but you got water tax because water rates increased by 60% in 2009. And the then Prime Minister, David Thompson, in fact said that that increase was to provide for new pipes and new plumbing systems to replace, in some cases, the almost 100-year-old pipes that BWA have, such that the people of St. Lucie, for example, as well as the residents of St. John and St. Andrew, St. Lucie, St. Thomas, St. Peter, could not get proper water supply. Because the Democratic Labour Party, after taxing you a 60% increase on your water bill, I don't know what they did with the money, but they did not improve your water structure. And we inherited that. But you get the Water Authority report, Barbados Water Authority report, the last report laid in Parliament, a special audit report that showed about $1.5 billion, 1.5 and 8 zeros of money being misappropriated, unaccounted for. The goods that would have been paid to buy pipes and other water items and instruments to improve the water system of St. Lucie and other parts of northern Barbados gone missing. And the Democratic Labour Party not accounting to you, the taxpayers of Barbados, for this. And in fact, effectively saying, we don't care nothing about you. They were glorious days. Well, that is what the leader, the then Prime Minister, said last week, endorsed by his party, because they're keeping him on the platform. So they agree that they were glorious days. They did nothing wrong. There's no need to apologize to you, the people of Pike Corner, for what they did. They don't have any remorse for what they did. But you, the people of Pike Corner and the people of St. Lucie, sensibly understood that you had to vote within your interest last election against your tradition, because after all, it is your children and your grandchildren, maybe some not yet born, that you have to think of, rather than loyalty to a political institution called the Democratic Labour Party that cared nothing about you. And the amazing thing is that the last member of Parliament of the Democratic Labour Party understands that too, and clearly agrees with me, because he has not endorsed the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party in this election. I find that passing strange. Every time he has been asked by the media if he endorses the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party, he refuses to say anything. And you all know that individual, because he represented you all for two decades or more before you all rightly found it fit to relieve him of that privilege. And he likes to talk. Used to be on the call-in programs every day, always talking. Whether he talks senses or not is debatable. But he has not endorsed this candidate of the Democratic Labour Party, and you ask yourself, why? What is there? Why a hardcore, loyal Democratic Labour Party, long-time member, former member of Parliament, refuses to tell you to vote for that candidate? So this is where we are at tonight. This is a critical seat. The candidate of the Democratic Labour Party is in name president of the Democratic Labour Party right now, but that is merely in name, because you have 4 people who were ministers of government in the last Democratic Labour Party government who they have brought back. Now, these 4, of course, were instrumental in the destruction of this society and this economy. They were among the most inefficient, ineffective, and poorest ministers of government this country has ever seen in terms of the governance of their ministries. But they are back. I don't know if they effectively put a shotgun to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party's head and said, "We running," but they are back. And none of them on a nightly basis on political platforms refer to the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party, even though she is the president, as the next Prime Minister of Barbados, as would be the norm in an election, or not even as the next leader of the opposition. Not even that do they refer to her as. Because once Thursday come, and the chips lie where they fall after the election results, they're looking to cut off her head politically. That's what's going to happen. And you can't risk that kind of internecine war in a political organization and say that you want to go back to your tradition and give the Democratic Labour Party a seat in St. Lucie, because internecine war gonna break out in the Democratic Labour Party, and you, the people of St. Lucie, don't deserve to be part of that. So let's stay safe with Peter and the Barbados Labour Party in this constituency. We have tremendous plans for this constituency, which I know Peter will speak about, which I know he has been speaking about to the people of St. Lucie, whether it's in terms of housing, whether it's in terms of infrastructural development, whether it is in terms of improvement of the roads, whether it's in terms of the development of businesses to give the opportunity for job creation, especially among young people in this constituency. That is what we are about. We are solid behind one individual, Mia Amor Mottley. And the Democratic Labour Party is an amazing organization. I listened a bit to their meeting last night being streamed in a part of St. Michael. Well, one of the their candidates running in St. Michael too, he didn't even remember what constituency he was speaking in. He couldn't remember what it was. But that's the inefficiency of that party. And I listened, and all they're talking about is that you have to vote against what they have in their disillusional mind as a dictatorship. Well, it was not the fault of the Barbados Labour Party that the people of Barbados gave us 30 seats last election, and all by massive majorities, winning all the boxes except 2. That was not the Barbados Labour Party's fault. We pleaded our case. We ran a great campaign. We were led admirably by a visionary transformational leader. And the Democratic Labour Party had done so much political nonsense, incredibly taken this country from a country of high international respect to one where we were the 3rd most indebted country in the world, the debt to GDP at 175. And our credit rating was so low as a result of 24 successive economic downgrades. And you, the people of Barbados, the people of Pye Corner and St. Lucie included, because we are all one, voted to remove them from office. So isn't any question about dictatorship, any forced dictatorship. as I understand the interpretation of that word. And the incredible thing is that the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, who we made a national hero, the Barbados Labour Party, and who, as we all know was born in this parish in January on his birthday 2 years ago, almost 2 years to the day, we unveiled a plaque in his name at his place of birth in St. Lucie. I distinctly remember Errol Barrow. And you know, they say Barbadians have short memories, but your memory can't be so short. During a commission of inquiry, the Duffus Commission of Inquiry, that was set up by the Tom Adams government to look into infelicities of the Democratic Labour Party under Errol Barrow. And Errol Barrow made a statement that I will never forget, that he, as Prime Minister of Barbados, in the 15 years he was Prime Minister, he told the Duffus Commission, all roads led to Barrow, the high road and the low road. And that is the leader that the Democratic Labour Party highly acclaims, regards as their founder, even now, 36 years after his death, 35 years after his death, still calling his name on every platform in the night. And Errol Barrow told the people of Barbados, the people of the world, that as Prime Minister of Barbados, all roads led to him, the high road and the low road. But the Democratic Labour Party won't come tonight. I challenge them, in fact, to come tonight on a political platform and say that Errol Barrow was a dictator. But Errol Barrow was a strong leader, just like Tom Adams was, just like Owen Seymour Arthur was, just like Mia Amor Mottley is. That is the leadership that we are accustomed to in Barbados, the leadership that has taken Barbados steps forward in our development. Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, the Right Excellent National Hero, was also a strong leader, the founder of our democracy. These are the people that we admire, that we put at the top of the ladder as the model of leadership. Mia Amor Mottley has followed that. So what's this dictatorship and that democracy is threatened? It is foolishness that has to be dealt with up front. And the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party, I heard her last night talking about they have this collective leadership. But collective leadership has never worked. From the time of the Greeks and the Roman history before Christ, collective leadership never worked. Those societies that sought to have collective leadership collapsed and disappeared. And I only have to bring it closer to home in the Caribbean itself, in Grenada, under Maurice Bishop, because he and Bernard Cord had whatever kind of arrangement, all right? And Cord felt that he should be leader too. And the next thing, you know what happened? Bloodbath. Maurice Bishop dead up to now. They don't know where his body is. Body never recovered. Government overthrown. Chaos break out. And a trial of 13 or so people, including the same Bernard Cord, and they end up in jail. Grenada set back tremendously. That was a collective leadership that the president of the Democratic Labour Party talking about tonight, as in contradistinction from what we have in the Barbados Labour Party. That leadership will fail. And if you give the Democratic Labour Party a vote in this election, you are effectively consigning Barbados again to a decline in our development rather than going forward as we have been, as we certainly were before the advent of COVID, and even during. We have done our best in terms of the challenges of COVID. Rather than going forward, we will again decline in our development, in our socio-economic fundamentals, as we did the last time the Democratic Labour Party was in office. We cannot play with the future, not only of ourselves, as I said, but of our children and of our grandchildren not yet born. We cannot play with our communities, and I know Pike Corner, St. Lucie is a close-knit community. And I have personal interest in St. Lucie because, as I said in Crab Hill a week ago, St. Lucie and St. James North are close. We are intertwined because a lot of St. James North men got St. Lucie women. And a lot of St. Lucie men got St. James North women. Why, serious, you all know that? And you know, I found that out when I first began to run 10 years ago after I won the nomination. And I was amazed the amount of St. Lucie people living in St. James North. The men and the women. And then a lot of my constituents living in St. Lucie. And Peter knows what I'm talking about. Because Peter knows what I'm talking about. Let's leave it at that. So that is it. So I have a stake in this seat here too. All right? And I come here tonight urging you all to stay the course, to stay safe. We have Peter Phillips as an individual, caring, committed to this parish, a born and bred St. Lucie person. He never left St. Lucie. He doesn't have to, by some quirk of imagination, say he's a St. Lucie person. He has lived all his life in this parish. And I know St. Lucie because you all only elect St. Lucie people born in St. Lucie. All through your history, you gotta be from St. Lucie, born and bred, live here, feel the pulse of the people. All right, when the people crying, you cry. When the laughing with joy, you laugh. And that is Peter Phillips, led by Mayor Mottley, a strong leader, a leader recognized internationally. And look, I don't have to plead that to you all. You see it. That whenever Mayor goes to an international conference, whether it's the United Nations, whether it is COP26 2 months ago, whether it is a meeting, a conference in Brussels, convention in Geneva, she speaks, highly acclaimed, highly quoted, featured in all kind of magazines, highly sought after by the most highly reputed journalists, international journalists, and media persons for interviews on her views on small island developing states and climate change, recognized as the leader globally of small island developing states and what has to be done to take us to the next level, recognized by all as the leading prime minister in the Caribbean. In fact, a month after we came into office, when they had heads a government conference in Jamaica, it was amazing, but not surprising, how Mayor was able to almost dominate that conference. And a conference where at least 3 of the prime ministers had been in office as prime minister for over 15 years, in some cases close to 20 years. But yet they were looking to her for resolution of the challenges that they face as heads of government of CARICOM countries which are under serious pressure globally, which face adverse conditions in terms of our trade, with the OECS countries always trying to jerk out our eye and move the goalposts in terms of our ability to develop our trade globally, and in terms of our economic development, our ability to borrow more money, our ability to access loans at concessionary rates, because they say that because of our high human development index, we are not able to graduate. Sorry, we are not able to access loans at concessionary rates when we are so vulnerable, as we saw last year, July, early July, when Hurricane Elsa struck us, direct hit. First time in my life, first time in 66 years, direct hit. And we lick up. The week before, a freak storm, 46,000 flashes of lightning in an hour and a half. And Peter, as minister in the Ministry of Housing, now having to repair houses in St. Lucie included. That is what we face. But that is what we are about. We have gone to work as a government of this country, every day working very, very hard. Peter will tell you. Certainly when I was in cabinet, I have no doubt now still that cabinet meetings sometimes start just after 10 and all up in 10 o'clock in the night you're still there in cabinet. That is what we're about. Working 7 days a week, committed to you, the people of Barbados. We need the opportunity to continue to do what we started, to make life easier for you. Police certificates of character now. You could go on your computer here tonight, apply for a police certificate of character, pay the $25 and tomorrow you have it. Whereas before, under the Democratic Labour Party, 7 weeks you had to wait sometimes for a police certificate of character in a situation where 85% of the jobs in this country require a police certificate of character to even apply for the job. And by the time after the 7 weeks you got the police certificate of character from the Democratic Labour Party government, the job gone long time. You pay your bra, your taxes online, pay for your driver's license renewal online. All of that we are doing to make life easier for you. We need the opportunity to continue along that train. You apply for renewal of your passports at immigration online, application form online. And immigration now, amazingly, probably the best department in government. And I'm happy to have been part of that as the Minister of Home Affairs for the first 26 months of our term of office this time. So, as we come to Judgment Day, Wednesday, we are soon there. We are soon there. This is the second last night. I again ask the people of Pike Corner, the people of St. Lucie, to stay firm with us, to stay confident in the Peter Phillips and the Barbados Labour Party government as you were 3 years, 8 months ago. We obviously were not able to fulfill all our objectives and all we had planned to do. Because 3 years, 8 months, of course, is not a full 5-year term. And we all know COVID came along the last 2 years, set us back. A lot of money having to be diverted from COVID that would have gone into repair of roads and street lights and house repairs that, you know, the people all over Barbados and understandably asked for. So we need the opportunity to continue. Stay safe with us. Stay the course with us. This is not an experiment. It is not time to experiment with your lives. It is not the time to talk about the notion, which I completely reject, about a strong opposition. That has no place in politics. Voting for somebody because you want a strong opposition. Like, let the chips lie where they fall. You need Peter as a member of the government. That way, you in St. Lucie will get more done. It is better to have as your member of parliament an individual on the government benches rather than on the opposition benches. And we're asking you to stay with Peter Phillips as your next representative in the Parliament of Barbados by voting X side of his name, by coming out in your numbers, not staying home, but taking part in the democracy of Barbados that was brought by Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, and returning Peter so that the Barbados Labour Party can be returned as the government of this country. I'm obliged to you.
We going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. People smiling again, feeling proud again. 'Cause we rising. We rising. We shining again. Good things happening again. 'Cause we rising. We rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this we
Thank you, Comrade Eddie. And I now understand why the people of St. James North continue to repose their confidence in you. Because you understand what true representation is. And you're able to deliver it even here on this platform. By corner, we are ready to go the full way with you. The rest ain't ready yet. Them ain't ready yet. And I want you to understand that this Barbados Labour Party continues to be ready. We continue to come to you night after night and put forward our case to you. Because we want you to understand that we have you in our hearts. And we love you in Pike Corner just as we love the rest of St. Lucie. Because Pike Corner needs to develop just like the rest of St. Lucie will be developed. But I will talk to you, Pike Corner, a little later. At this time, I want to bring a young man. A man who I have the privilege of saying we attended the same institution. So when we say per ardua ad astra, we understand what it means to go through the difficulty and to see the stars. This is a man who I know on the 19th of January 2022 will be the duly elected representative for the people of St. Andrew. And he will serve them well because he has been serving well as the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Education. And he's done a sterling job within St. Andrew representing them. Even though he was not the Member of Parliament, but he was assisting the outgoing Member of Parliament, Mr. George Payne. So tonight, Pike Corner, I want you to come listen to my good friend, my comrade, Dr. Ramel Springer.
We voted for me and Mottley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you.
Good night to the wonderful people of St. Lucie. I bring greetings from the constituency of St. Andrew. I'm here to support my friend, Conrad Peter Phillips. I know, and like many of us, this battle for St. Lucie is of particular interest. It is extremely
important to both sides. And I believe that this battle will determine the future of the Democratic Labour Party. This race is as much about leadership as it is about electing a representative for the constituency of St. Lucie. When you say leadership, what exactly are you referring to? Are we referring to a leader of experience who have proven time and time again that she has what it takes to manage this country at the best of times and at the worst of times? Or are we talking about a person parading as a leader but lacking the competence and the maturity to do the job? I believe we have right here in St. Lucie the latter. Because what I've seen in the past, and I can only go by what I have seen, does not reflect the traits of a true leader. In fact, I will go as far as to say that it does not reflect the traits of a politician. And I've said on every platform, and I will say again here in St. Lucie, that the number one role and function and job of any politician is to care. And I do not believe that the person who's running against my good friend Peter Phillips cares about anybody. And I will give you some examples. Some time ago, at the very start of the pandemic that we are now living through, this government, after seeing what Barbadians were going through during the lockdown and the hardships and the difficulties that many families were facing in terms of getting the food that they need on a daily basis because the country was in lockdown. Persons with the wherewithal saw it fit to assist this government, provide this government with vouchers. And the objective, the one single thing that they asked, was that these vouchers go to households with children living in them. Because their main concern was that the children would not go to bed hungry at night. And those of us who have grown up in poor communities know how it feels to go to bed hungry. Now imagine a child, 3 years old or 4 years old, 5 years old, going to bed crying itself to sleep because it was hungry, because the parents, they weren't working and they could not afford to buy food. And they tried to assist to ensure that this doesn't happen by giving these food vouchers. One condition: let them go to the children, because they knew that the adults could handle the agony of hunger, but children could not. And the person that is running in St. Lucie, because her party did not receive any of these vouchers to distribute, tried all that she could to get it stopped. She could not look past the fact that they were for children. She could not see past the fact that there were hungry, suffering children in this country that those vouchers could help. All she saw, all she believed and felt is that it would have given us some kind of political mileage. And that was her main concern. She did not care, and she does not care about those hundreds, perhaps thousands of children in this country that those vouchers eventually helped. Or those families that could put a meal on their table because they received a voucher from Mr. Phillips and all the other BLP MPs. So when I say tonight that there's no evidence that this person possesses the qualities of a politician, that this person does not know how it feels to care for another human being, I know what I am talking about. Now contrast that with our current leader, who cares, who empathizes with persons, who knows what it means to help and to care for others, who knows what it means to sacrifice and to work even when they are going through their own personal struggles, even when they lose family members. They are determined to stay the course because they know what it takes to get this country up and rolling again. They knew what it takes to set this country right. And that is the major difference between these two persons who now seek to lead us. One is willing to sacrifice everything, their time, their health, their money, everything they're willing to give for others. Whereas the other will prevent a small child from having a meal if it means that someone else gets a competitive edge on them. But I'm not surprised that she's like this, because we were seeing evidence of a lack of care, a lack of consideration for the working class people of this country from that party, from as far back as I can remember. And I can tell you something. I am a teacher and I use this example. I will use it everywhere I go. Because when those people made the determination that poor people in this country should not get a university education unless they can fork out $33,000 or $34,000 or $35,000 to pay for it, I was convinced then, as I am now, that they do not care about poor people, children in this country. They don't care about poor people. And as I was saying all through St. Andrew today, as I did my whistle stops, if you want Are you care anything about the future of this country? You care anything about your children's education? You care anything about the future development of this country? Then reject each and every one of those Barbados, those Democratic Labour Party candidates. Because they do not care. They do not know how to care. And the evidence is there. And no one has to tell me this, because I was right there in the midst of it when it happened. I was the one that students came to and they cried on my shoulders because they were told that they had to drop out of the class because they could not afford the tuition fees. And those of you who would have studied, you know that when you start a program, you want to finish it. Even if you were to start a program that was three months or even 6 weeks, and you got 2 weeks into that program, you will want to get to the very end. Now imagine you've started a program that was 3 years, and you were 2 years in. And I recall the conversation at the university at the time when they were saying, come on, if the students have just 1 year, please, just let them finish. Let them finish. And that wicked Democratic Labour Party government said, no, they have to pay. And because of that, persons who got this close to acquiring a university degree had to drop out. Parents were forced to make a decision that they should not have to make in Barbados, man. Where they had to decide whether they should pursue their own education, advance themselves, or save that money for their 17 or 18-year-old child who was coming up, who they knew also would want to go to university and have a university education. That is a decision that Barbadians for the last 50 years did not have to make, did not have to worry about. And then you can have persons hired by the Ministry of Education under the previous administration getting up on political platforms and saying that, you know what, this free education that our students now enjoy is a joke. And that in fact, there was free education all along from between 2014 to 2018. There was always free education. They only were asked to pay a part. What you failed to say was the biggest part, the most expensive part, the part that would determine if they continue their studies or if they dropped out. And then they want to tell you that you should forget all of that, that you should forgive them. And I say to you tonight, do not forgive them. I say to you tonight, never forget what they did to you, what they did to the children of this country. And never forget what that person who is now seeking leadership of this country who lacked the maturity to look past a small group of children who were protesting in the streets, asking for free education. We often forget that that is what those children were asking for. Free education. And that lady got down from her truck and she barked at the people's children as if they were adults. Now what kind of leader is that? Seriously? That's the type of behavior you may expect from a teenager. But I know that the people of St. Lucie will never, ever, ever allow somebody like that to walk up the steps of Parliament in this country. I am confident of that. And that is why on January 19th, when you guys go to the polls and you vote for a competent leader. You vote for a leader with experience. You vote for a leader who's respected the world over. You vote for a leader who has made us, Barbados, the envy of the Caribbean, the envy of the entire region, the envy of the global south, and perhaps the envy of the world. Because I believe that she is as good as any other world leader today. In fact, I am sure of it. And they all know it. And that is what we have. So when you go to the polls, my friends, vote for competence. Vote for Mayor Mottley. Vote for Peter Phillips. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party, the only party who can rescue us now, who can bring us through this crisis. Vote BLP. Good night and God bless. Stay safe, my people.
Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them boys ain't ready yet. Me and the BLP. Them boys ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them boys ain't ready yet. Me is
Thank you, Comrade Ramel. And the song put it clearly. Them rest ain't ready yet. But Ramel touched on something that is important to the people of Pike Corner and the people of St. Lucie, and by extension, the people of Barbados. And that is education. And I want you to understand that we have a case where there is a lady now seeking to represent St. Lucie who supported her government when they said you had to pay tuition fees to go to the University of the West Indies. In fact, she stood on a platform when Ronald Jones was the Minister of Education. She went to his constituency and she spoke and talked about how she defending the policies of the Democratic Labour Party. And now she is coming to present herself to you as though she has been washed in the blood of the Lamb. Foolishness. You must reject her for that. She is coming to St. Lucie trying to make you feel that she cares. But as was said before, she really doesn't care. She's seeking an opportunity to sit in the House of Parliament to say that her name was written on the roll. But we in St. Lucie, we in Pike Corner must reject that type of opportunistic behavior. Because in Peter Phillips, we have proper representation and progress. In Peter Phillips, we have a man who cares about you. He does not just talk the talk, he walks the walk as well. And it is important that come the 19th of January, when you go to your respective polls, that you remember who was there for you. I keep saying to you in this election, it is about who was walking and talking with you rather than who was driving through, not knowing who you were, not even coming to speak to you. And you know the difference between the two. Because Peter has been on the ground walking and talking with you. When there were times of trouble, he was there with you. When there was time of joy, he was there with you. And that is who we want to represent us. Someone that we can reach out to and speak to. Someone that can empathize with us. When things happen in St. Lucie, Peter feels it because he lives here with us. He lives among us. And they would want to tell you on their platforms, as they have, that he has moved to Corvally. But if Corvally is in Alexandria, St. Lucie, well, that is where Peter is. Because he's still right here in St. Lucie with us. But again, tonight, I am only the chairman. And I want to bring to you a man from St. Lucie who has been with Peter. In fact, he has been with the Barbados Labour Party for a very long time. Walking these streets with all the candidates that we had before. And he will come and explain to you, the good people of Pike Corner, the good people of St. Lucie, and the rest of Barbados, why Peter Phillips we should remain with come the 19th of January. So I want to welcome on this stage Mr. Pearson Springer.
Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me NDX. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them boys ain't ready yet. Me and the BLP. Them boys ain't ready yet.
Good night, Pike Corner. Good night, St. Lucie. Good night, Barbados. I'm very pleased to be standing here in front of you tonight to endorse the candidature of Mr. Peter Phillips. Peter is a humble man, a man who has grown up among you, a man who goes to church with you, a man who understands all of your joys and your sorrows, a man who walks with you, a man who knows you inside out. He is no Johnny-come-lately. He has been around this constituency long before he became a member of Parliament. His service to St. Lucie is beyond reproach. Peter served with the Parish Independence Committee for a number of years and reaped much success with that organization. Peter, on Sundays, he is involved with a community feeding program, making sure that those who are less fortunate have the opportunity to have a decent and home-cooked meal. And he even goes as far as preparing this meal, you know, because he prides himself to be a cook of some repute. Peter has been involved with the sports clubs in St. Lucie. And whenever they're going out, Peter accompanies them. The schools in St. Lucie have also benefited from Peter's tremendous heart because he makes sure that students, in particular those who excel, and then those who are most improved, are recognized for their performances, be it at Common Entrance level, be it at CXC level. And this is a man that has been doing this long before he became a member of Parliament. And so he can boast that his navel string buried right here. We have some person who has come into St. Lucie pretending that they are from St. Lucie. And when it comes to some of the characteristics of St. Lucie, they hide their face in shame. I want to ask Verla de Pisa tonight if she knows who is Boyson. I want to ask Verla de Pisa tonight if she knows who is Sammy. And these are people that are known to St. Lucie. And Verla cannot tell you who they are. She cannot tell you where the Borhog Alley is. She does not know how many beaches and bays that we have in St. Lucie. She does not know how many churches. She knows nothing. I heard something on social media sometime recently where somebody pretending to be from Pie Corner was telling Peter Phillips to get a road fixed in 2 days because a former member of parliament had got it fixed in 2 days. And if that person was really truthful, they would have said to Barbados and to everybody that they wanted to hear this voice note, they would have said that it took that member of parliament 24 years to build a road in 2 days. And that's the truth about it. But Peter Phillips is not like that. He has not been waiting for elections to be called for him to come and present his story. Peter's track record speaks for itself. Peter goes to church in this area, you know. Peter is from this area. Peter in St. Lucie is referred to as the community boss because of the work that he does in the communities. And I'm sure that tonight, speaker after speaker will be telling you how Peter has been agitating on behalf of the good people of St. Lucie. And this is no idle boast, because I know some of the things that he's been agitating for. I have been with him. And as my comrade Danny said, I have walked with him. I have been there with him through his sorrows and through his joys. I have been there to encourage him, to tell him to stick to the task at hand. We are very pleased. We are very proud of his representation because he came to us and he said, give me the first 5 and I will earn the rest. Well, now we have given him 3.5, but he has earned 33.5. There are many young people in St. Lucie whom Peter have helped these people with their CVs, with their job letters or applications, if you choose to call it that. Peter has helped these young people to uplift themselves, to find work, and to even become their own entrepreneurs. Peter has been with these people. Yes, we apologize for the quality of water that we are getting in St. Lucie, but we are satisfied that Peter has been agitating and that his agitation has caused a lot of things to happen. At the Hope, there is a desalination plant. And if you have been following what has been happening, right there at Colleton, construction has started for another desalination plant. And if you walk over to Half Acre, which isn't very far from here, you will see that there is now a big structure there, a big water storage tank that will help to supply the residents of St. Lucie and St. Peter. Peter has been working for this. And we've been longing for this day when we can say to him, Peter, continue the good work that you have started on behalf of the people of St. Lucie. There is no need for him to be afraid or to be ashamed, because in his 3.5 years, he has stood the test of time. And I'm sure that there's lots more that could have been done were it not for Ashfall, Freak Storm, hurricane, and COVID. And as everything slowed down, and as these natural disasters took their stage, Peter was still working. Because he was going around from house to house and making sure that his constituents were all taken care of. We had a hurricane pass through in 2010. We had 2 ministers of housing of another political party in Barbados, and neither one of them ever looked out for the housing stock in St. Lucie. 2010 houses were only repaired last year by Peter Phillips. Do you now want to say that somebody else should come before him? No way, Brother James. Peter is in the forefront of making sure that people in St. Lucie own a piece of the rock. Because at Coconut Hall, a housing project with about 24 housing units will be going up in due course. And that's not all. You go back to Colleton again, another project is about to be launched. And that's not all. At Bright Hall, another project, housing project coming on stream. And I dare anybody in St. Lucie tell me of any housing project that Dennis Kelman or Evelyn Graves was involved in, even though both of them were ministers of housing in this country. You have to go with Peter Phillips. He is looking out for you. He has offered this constituency proper representation and progress. There is no need for us now to look back. There is no need for us to turn back. And I am telling you tonight that one good turn deserves another. We have to endorse this man. We have to make sure that St. Lucie, which is, in my view, the final frontier for development, is ready. And Peter is ready to make sure that St. Lucie moves forward apace. Peter has been in discussion that just now we are going to be launching into a community tourism project. Tell me of any other representative in St. Lucie who has done something like this. People have been given the opportunity through the feed program in the Ministry of Agriculture to get into the Spring Hall Land Lease project. And all of this happened under the stewardship of Mr. Peter Phillips. We are happy that we could have had such a representative. He is the man for such a time as this. And regardless of whatever the challenge has been, Peter has stood manfully and said, "My people, my people, my people." This is the time, if never before, St. Lucie has begun to show that there's progress. St. Lucie has a lot to be proud of. And I'm sure that his family must be proud. And we who support him in the St. Lucie branch of the Barbados Labour Party are proud of him and what he has been doing. And we are going to continue to walk with him because we know that people are out there throwing stones. And they are throwing stones because they are empty. They have nothing to offer. Imagine as you walk down the road just below the Ignatius Bayer Primary School, a billboard has been vandalized. Members of the Democratic Labour Party drove a music truck into a meeting that was being hosted by Peter Phillips. Is this what we have come to? Comrades, St. Lucie, are you thinking about going back to those failed promises of George Street? Are you thinking about going back to those dark days when we did not know where our next meal would come from? Are you considering those dark days when you had to juggle your bills and your utilities? Are you going to look at those days when your children could not go into university because of the policies enunciated by Verla de Pisa and company? I say to you, my friends, the time is now. If never before, I want you, I implore you, on Wednesday, come out in your numbers. Come out from 6 in the morning. Come out all day till 6 in the evening. All of the COVID-19 protocols will be in place, so you have nothing to fear. We want you to cast your vote. Show Peter Phillips that you have all confidence in him. Peter Phillips is my friend in whom I am well pleased. He has done well. Give him that vote. Come out Wednesday, St. Lucie. Peter Phillips. Peter Phillips, I commend him to you.
We going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. People smiling again, feeling proud again.
Thank you, Pearson. And you heard it from someone who works directly with Peter Phillips. You heard it from someone who is from in St. Lucie, who still lives in St. Lucie. It is not just me up here articulating to you, but there are many people around this constituency who will tell you Peter Phillips is the man who has been working on their behalf. He has been bringing proper representation and progress, and we want it to continue come January the 19th. Now I want to bring to you our next speaker. Our neighbor to the south. A tall man who has represented St. Peter well, who has done well in his ministerial portfolio. A man who I know the people of St. Peter, I don't have to ask them, they will willingly return him to office come the 19th of January. And therefore, Pike Corner, I want to welcome on this stage my friend and comrade and my neighbor, Colin Jordan.
We voted for me and Mottley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, we voted for me and Mottley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, the BLP, real active.
Good night, Pike Corner. Good night, Pike Corner. I am not as tall as Danny Bab. So they had to do some adjusting for me. I can't hear myself very well. But I'm assuming that you can hear me. You can hear me? Okay. Pike Corner, tonight I have come just now, maybe hours before a general election, to speak to you on a very serious matter. I have come to you to speak on a serious matter, on a matter I consider to be a serious matter. I have come to talk to you about leadership, but particularly leadership in a time of crisis. Those among us who are older and maybe a little bit grayer would remember or would have heard about Sir Winston Churchill. And those of you who have heard about Sir Winston Churchill have heard that Sir Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister of England, United Kingdom, that was able to take the United Kingdom through a devastating World War II. Sir Winston Churchill rallied the people of England, rallied them through difficult times, rallied them when Hitler's forces were bombing England. All over England every night bombs were falling. Sir Winston Churchill was able to rally a country. And England today is not a bombed out country, but England today is seen as a developed country in this world because they had a leader who was able to lead in times of crisis. Those who are a little bit older than I am and grayer than I am remember the now Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, leading the people of this country at a time when riots, rebellion, uprising had taken over the country, when the poor people of Barbados had decided they had enough and they needed to improve their lot. Grantley Herbert Adams became leader of the people. Leader of the people, establishing a party, a political party. Leader of the people, establishing a workers' organization, a trade union, a political party in 1938, and a trade union between 41 and 42. Leadership in times of crisis. Many of you will remember, because this is St. Lucie, many of you will remember when the prison at Glenderry burned down. Many of you will remember when the prison burnt down, when there were people who some of us would have been afraid of. We thought that some of them were either on the loose or because the prison was burnt could be on the loose. And we remember, I certainly remember, Mia Amor Mottley as the Attorney General and the Minister of Home Affairs when the prison burnt. And I remember Mia Mottley on the television almost every night saying to me and saying to the people of Barbados, we have the situation in hand. I remember Mia Mottley saying we are going to construct a temporary facility at Harrison Point. I remember when she talked about also using St. Anne's Fort. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saying to you tonight, the message that I have come to Pike Corner with tonight is that leadership matters. And particularly in times of crisis, leadership matters more than ever. Barbados tonight stands really at the crossroads. Whether you choose to believe that or not, I say to you that Barbados stands at the crossroads. Barbados stands at the crossroads because this country has faced significant economic challenges. In 2018, the Barbados Labour Party, under the leadership of Mayor Amor Mottley, in 2018, the people of Pike Corner voted for Peter Phillips and the Barbados Labour Party to lead and to manage this country. You recognized that the country faced challenging times. You understood that the national debt of this country was $16.6 billion. That was the debt in 2018 when you voted for the Barbados Labour Party. You recognized at that time that there was no leadership in this country. You recognized that the same man, Frandell Stewart, did not know what he was doing. 23 downgrades. Nobody lending Barbados any money. Nobody having any confidence in this country. You recognized that it was time for leadership to address the matter of the national debt. We came to office based on your vote, based on the confidence that you reposed in the Barbados Labour Party under Mayor Amor Mottley. We found debt of $16.6 billion. Do you know what the debt is tonight? Do you know what the national debt is tonight? The national debt of Barbados is no longer $16.6 billion. It is now $13.1 billion. $13.1 billion, not 16.6. That is management. That is leadership. That is Mia Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party. A party that includes Peter Ricardo Phillips. We came to office, Mia Mottley as Prime Minister. We came and found that out of every dollar earned by this country. Now let me tell you that a government doesn't have money. When a government is talking about revenue, the government means money collected from you. When we came to office, 68 cents out of every dollar was being used to service this country's debt. 68 cents. By corner, it is as if you were working for $100 and you had to take $68 out of the 100 and pay some to courts and pay some to the coolie man, and then the $32 you got left, you gotta pay for light, you gotta pay for water, you gotta buy Gavanai, you gotta buy food, you gotta buy cleaning supplies. That is all that you would have left to buy all of those things. That is what we found when we came to office. Mia Mottley, Peter Phillips, and the Barbados Labour Party. Do you know how much we use now to service the country's debt? No longer 68 cents. We now use 30 cents out of every dollar to service the debt. Not 68, 30. That is leadership. That is management. That is the work of Mia Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party. Now, I don't have to tell you about the downgrades. You know about the downgrades. A man told you, and if I were somebody different, I would probably have said a clown. But a man told you that downgrades don't matter. So we came to office with our credit rating at junk. And junk was not our word. We did not use that to make you feel bad and make you vote for the Barbados Labour Party. It was junk because that is what the rating agencies call it. When you get to triple C minus, you are in what they call, it wasn't Mia Mottley saying it, it wasn't Clyde Maskell saying it, it was the rating agency saying it. It is called junk status. That is what we found. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you because I know that even before the government was sworn in on the Sunday afternoon, Mia Mottley had already started work on rescuing this country. Friday morning, when I was recovering from a long night of waiting, Mia Mottley talking to people from the Ministry of Finance, because she is visionary, because she is driven, because she is dedicated to this country. And I say to you tonight that this election is about leadership, and leadership in a time of crisis. Tonight I can say to Pie Corner, Tonight I can say to St. Lucie, tonight I can say to Barbados, we are no longer in junk territory. We are now in investment grade. People now want to lend us money. Leadership of Mayor Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party. There are some people, though, there are some people in this country who are not patriotic, even though they're walking around in blue and yellow. But they're walking in blue and yellow not to wrap themselves in the flag, but to try to get into office, to get their hands on the treasury. There are people walking around masquerading as patriots, telling people that the Labour Party is boring and boring and boring. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you tonight, anybody in Barbados who is vexed with a government that borrows so that a hospital can be built to keep Barbadians alive can't like you. I am saying to you in Pike Corner tonight, any group running around this country like a chicken without a head, because they don't have a head, but any group that is running about the place and vexed because we are taking money to purchase vaccines and to purchase ventilators to keep people alive, cannot like people, and they cannot like the people of Pike Corner. And you have to reject that. You have to reject it. But I want to say to you, this Barbados Labour Party, and I want you to listen carefully, this Barbados Labour Party, this government, led by Mayor Mottley, is probably the most transparent government this country has ever seen. Every cent that we have borrowed in the last 3.5 years, the loan agreements have been laid in the House of Assembly of this country. We don't borrow in the dead of night behind somebody's paling. We do not borrow when the full moon goes behind a dark cloud. We let the people know what we are doing. And any time we have borrowed on your behalf. We have borrowed for our development. We have borrowed for our health and our safety. That is the Barbados Labour Party that Peter Ricardo Phillips is a part of. That is the Barbados Labour Party led by our only leader, Mayor Mottley. But you know, we borrowed. They're running around telling you that we have borrowed, trying to put you into some kind of panic situation. You need to tell them, you need to say to them that St. Lucie is not behind God's back. St. Lucie people have sense. As a matter of fact, St. Lucie has produced more than its fair share of senior public officers, senior trade unionists, senior government officials. St. Lucie has produced people at the highest level in the police force. St. Lucie St. Lucie people got sense. Don't come to St. Lucie people with nonsense, because you understand. But they say that we borrowed, and I say to you that we borrowed. But do you imagine that under the leadership of Mayor Amor Mottley, after having borrowed, as I indicated to you earlier, our debt was still able to reduce from $16.6 billion to $13.1 billion. That is leadership. And that is leadership in challenging times. That is leadership in time of crisis. That is the kind of leadership Barbados needs tonight in 2022. Leadership in times of crisis. It is the kind of leadership that in the face of a pandemic does not blame the pandemic, but gets on with managing the affairs of the country. It is the kind of leadership that in the face of a freak storm does not blame the freak storm, but gets on with the business of managing your affairs and mine. Mayor Mottley's leadership is the kind of leadership that does not blame ashfall, but gets on with managing the affairs of this country in spite of the ashfall. Mayor Mottley's leadership of this country in the face of Hurricane Elsa does not blame Hurricane Elsa, but gets on with the leadership and the management of the affairs of this country in spite of Hurricane Elsa. Mayor Amor Mottley, proven as a leader, tried as a leader, tested as a leader for crisis times. That is the kind of leadership Barbados wants at this time. And I just want to share with you, it is not just the debt, it is not just the debt, the arrears, it is not just the matters that I spoke to you about. But do you know that we built a hospital? Do you know we built a new accident and emergency? Do you know that we give public officers a pay increase? Do you know that we raised the pension for those who were receiving non-contributory pensions? Do you know that we did all of this facing crises, not blaming crises, but facing the crises and managing on behalf of the people of Pike Corner, managing on behalf of the people of St. Lucie, managing on behalf of the people of Barbados. I was driving across along the Ronald Mack Highway, and I saw a sign, and I said, I have to share what was on that sign with the people of Pike Corner in case they didn't see it. It is a sign when you pass Sheffet heading this way. A big sign that says, proven, not promised. Proven, not promised. When I saw that sign, I could almost imagine seeing the name Mayor Amor Mottley. Proven, not promised. The thing is that the Democratic Labour Party is not even promising leadership. And that should concern you. Because you have Verla de Pisa, who wants to be the leader, not is the leader, who wants to be the leader. You have Eswick, who wants to be the leader. So you know they had to launch the manifesto by Eswick. Eswick said, you cannot launch it in St. Lucie. It has to launch in St. Philip West. You have Sealy, who also wants to be leader. So he doing his own thing. If you go on social media, you'll realize that Silly is running his own campaign. Because they all want to be leader. So the Democratic Labour Party is not even offering you leadership. Because they have not yet settled their own leadership. Barbados, St. Lucie, Pike Corner, these are not times to play fast and loose with your future. These are not times while fighting a pandemic. These are not times while fixing houses damaged and destroyed by Hurricane Elsa. These are not times while addressing the challenges of climate change and the lack of water that some of you and some of my people up the hill in Boscobel are facing because of climate change. This is not the time to put your future in the hands of somebody who does not even know if they have a future. This is not the time to play fast and loose with a country. I came here tonight, though, to say something about Peter Phillips. Now, you know that I'm a Christian, and Christians believe in confessing. So let me start by saying to you, Danny Bab, that I know at one point I didn't so much fancy Peter Phillips. I didn't so much fancy Peter Phillips. You know why I didn't so much fancy Peter Phillips? Because every year, when I go to the gymnasium, every year, and some of you here from Pike Corner can get vexed with me, but every year I go to the gymnasium for the parish independence celebration, and Peter Phillips just get on as though the only place in Barbados is St. Lucie. I didn't fancy Peter Phillips. I did not fancy Peter Phillips at all, and you can get vexed with me. But he thought that St. Lucie was the only place in Barbados. I used to try to tell him that there was a place named St. Peter. But I realized that that was part of the measure of the man. He loved his parish. He loved his constituency. He still loves his parish. He still loves this constituency. He still loves you, the people of St. Lucie. And I have been working with Peter Phillips over the past, 3.5 years in government, but about 1.5 years before that. And I have come to understand who Peter Phillips is. Let me tell you that Peter Phillips is a leader. And we talk about leadership for crisis times. Leadership that is not promised, but leadership that is proven. Peter Phillips used to lead, and you know this. I telling you something you already know. The Parish Independence Committee. But I also need to tell you that Peter Ricardo Phillips is the secretary of the parliamentary party of the Barbados Labour Party. I don't have no position in the parliamentary party. Peter Phillips is the secretary of the parliamentary party of the Barbados Labour Party. Peter Phillips is a leader. Peter Phillips has been tested and tried. Peter Phillips is the one who we in the parliamentary party place our confidence in to be part of the leadership of the parliamentary group. Ladies and gentlemen, Barbados is in the midst of challenging times. Leadership matters always. Leadership always matters. But in challenging times, leadership matters even more. When the future is uncertain, leadership matters even more. I have had the opportunity to lead. I used to be president of the Bajan students at Cave Hill. I used to be guild secretary. I lead in my church. I'm the first elder. I've led the private sector in tourism. I've been the president of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. I believe, and I've also led business organizations. I believe that I am in some way qualified to say to you tonight in Pike Corner that in the person of Mia Amor Mottley, we have the quintessential leader, because a leader must be visionary. A leader must be confident. A leader must be able to command respect. A leader does not have to demand respect. A leader does not have to put only her face on the manifesto. That is a leader who is trying to demand respect. Mia Mottley can have all of us on the manifesto with her. In 2018, you saw a photograph with all of us with Mia Mottley. That is the kind of leader she is. She is a team player. She is visionary. She is confident. She is driven. She works hard for her country. She works hard for her people. And my simple message to Pike Corner tonight, my simple message to St. Lucie tonight, my simple message to Barbados tonight is that as we face an uncertain future, as we face the challenges that nature has thrown up for us, as we face the remnants of the challenges left by a dysfunctional Democratic Labour Party, we need at this time strong, stable, visionary, effective leadership. We need Mia Amor Mottley. We need the Barbados Labour Party. We need Peter Ricardo Phillips. I ask you tonight that on Wednesday when you wake up, get up, brush your teeth. I almost say you didn't have to brush your teeth because you're wearing a mask. But if you're really anxious, put on the mask, brush your teeth when you get back home. Go to the polls. Vote for Peter Ricardo Phillips. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Mia Amor Mottley. Proven, not promised. A leader for the times. A leader for crisis times. A leader acknowledged by the world. A leader who understands where we are, where we need to go. Vote the Labour Party. Vote Peter Phillips. Vote Mia Mottley, so that your future, so that my future will be in good hands, safe hands. Good night, Pike Corner. God bless all of you.
Hold your butts up!
Hold it. BLP got the place crowded. All aboard? Yeah. You ready to roll? Yeah. Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole
And tell
family.
the stranger upon your left.
Thank you, Comrade Colin. And he said something important. He said that leadership is what we should be voting for. And he said that the DLP is not promising leadership. But Colin, you cannot promise what you don't have. It is only the Barbados Labour Party that can promise you leadership because it is tried, tested, and proven with Mia Amor Mottley. But we are moving swiftly along tonight. And I want to bring a next representative that I have a lot of time for. She is a true lady. A lady who I was watching even before she entered elective politics. And she was with the Small Business Association. A lady who I am proud to tell people when I travel, they tell me you have two great ministers in foreign affairs and foreign trade who now understand what it is to put Barbados out there once again. So, Pike Corner, St. Lucie, Barbados, help me to welcome my friend and comrade, Sandra Husbands.
We going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. The rest is ready. Them is ready. People smiling again, feeling proud again. 'Cause we rising. We rising. We shining again. Good things happening again. 'Cause we rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this sweet country. 'Cause we safe with the BLP, and we are more Mottley.
We safe with the BLP.
A party full of experience, of confidence and competence.
We staying safe with the BLP.
So we can all feel proud, with confidence say it loud. In the face of adversity, we can and we will with the BLP.
That music was going sweet, 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 Pike Corner. Love it. Good night to all of you. I had a good long drive getting down here to Pike Corner, St. Lucie. I always tell people that when you get to the St. Lucie Parish Church, you now got to drive. And we saw some good country and had some good fresh air. And one of the things I have to say about St. Lucie is a parish where you can see it is growing, it's developing, people are prospering. And I thank God for that tonight. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to stand on this platform and to be able to speak of a colleague that I have deep respect for, and that is the man, Peter Phillips. Back in May 24, 2018, you, the good people of St. Lucie, made a decision, a big decision, a decision that departed from your norm. Because in your wisdom, in your good judgment, you recognized that you needed to make a change because you had come to the end of the line with the Democratic Labour Party. And you had good reason. You had good reason because you watched a party stumble in its governance of this country. You saw a party petrified, where they were not taking decisions when decisions were needed. You saw a government that did not speak to you, did not explain things to you, did not come and consult with you. You saw a party that hardly had parliament. You saw a party that had very short cabinet meetings. And I'll never forget something Owen Arthur said in our presence many years ago. He said, anytime you see that there are not a lot of parliamentary sessions, the people's business is not taking place. Now, at that time, I was not in government, so I did not understand the link between parliamentary sessions and getting the people's business done. Because I thought of Parliament as some place where you pass laws. So how many laws does a government need? How many laws does a country need to function? There must be round of laws to do by now. It was not until I came into government that I recognized that if a government is doing the business of the people, they will be bringing programs, they will be bringing initiatives, they will be putting together projects that transform, and these things must come before the parliament so that they can be passed and the money approved. Therefore, when you don't see a lot of parliamentary business, your business is not being done. And so Barbados suffered. Many things that could have been dealt with were not. Things that could have been changed were not. Inefficiencies in governance were not addressed. And what was amazing for us as a new government, this was the first time for me as it was the first time for Peter. And as we did assessments of what was done and what was needed to be done, there was so much work that they could have addressed. So we started asking ourselves, what was it they came to work to do every day? As we examined what was happening, we recognized that they did not go to work every day to do the people's business or to improve the people's lives. And you saw it. You recognized it. You began to reckon in your heart, you know something? These people are taking us for granted. You know something? They feel they can do whatever they like and get away with it. And they have put at risk our lives, our children's lives, and we are not going to stand by and watch it any longer. And that was the day the good people of St. Lucie got up and made a determination. We are going to hire for our next parliamentary representative the candidate of the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Peter Phillips. And what a good decision. What an excellent choice. As you walked with us, and as we walked with you as a government through one of the most difficult times this country has ever experienced or ever seen, the contrast between the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party would have to have been very stark. When we came to office, we hit the ground running. I share this always with people, that we were trained when we come to office with a plan to govern. You cannot approach people with just a plan to win an election. Because when you win a government, you have the responsibility of the lives of people in your hand, and you can affect their lives by every decision that you make. And once you begin to understand that, you recognize the importance of the basis on which you make a choice. There's a story about a woman who found herself not well. And she needed to make a choice about which doctor she needed to get, to attend, to be able to solve her health problem. She was concerned. It was serious. She still had a strong desire to live. And she needed to find a doctor to take care of her situation. Now, if you were that woman, you would start to ask among your colleagues, you would start to inquire of others, who is the best doctor for this condition? You would listen to the advice of others. And you would make your determination on a number of factors. If you were going to select that doctor to place yourself in his care, the first thing you would want to know is he qualified. You would want to know that he is competent. You would want to know that he has some experience before you entrust yourself in his hands. So you would inquire about those things. You would ask his past patients, how did you find him? Now, if someone came to that woman and said to her, look, madam, I know you're looking for a doctor. I know you ain't feeling well. But look, I got a cousin that just come back from overseas. And he just finished his medical practice, his medical training, and he's looking to open a practice. Man, give him a chance. He ain't so good just yet, but give him a chance. Man, you can't go to the big doctors all the time. You gotta give this little doctor a little chance. There is no way that that woman would entrust her precious health into the hands of people who cannot demonstrate they have the competence to manage their affairs. She's not going to do it because her life is precious. And that is what happened here in Barbados and happened right here in St. Lucie. You recognize that you needed a good government. But here we are, 3.5 years later, at an election time, in which the parties are coming back to you and making suggestions to you to choose them. You know that we're still in difficult waters. You know that there's still challenging times ahead. And here are two parties coming to you, saying to you why you should hire them. Over here, the Barbados Labour Party is saying, we did it once, we can do it again. Over here, the Democratic Labour Party is saying to you, we know that we are not quite ready, but still give us a little scotch in opposition. You have over here a Barbados Labour Party that is saying to you, we have a team of people who are skilled, who have experience, and who have a plan. Over here, you have the Democratic Labour Party saying to you, put us in for old time's sake. You have a Barbados Labour Party over here that is saying to you that the waters are going to be rough. We need to be quick. We need to be nimble. We need to be innovative. We need to go down the road together. And over here, you have a Democratic Labour Party saying to you, look, I don't think you should trust them and go down the road, you know. You don't know what they're going to do to you down the road. Look, you better give us a chance, because just in case they attack you, we might be able to help. Nonsense. And let me explain why it's nonsense. And let me explain why it is insulting. if anybody is going to promote to you a particular product or service, the first thing they are going to do is show you and demonstrate why this product is better and superior to what you have. They are going to shout about the qualities that they have. They are going to demonstrate the effectiveness that it has. They are going to show you a comparison so that you are able to come to the conclusion that this product is better than the other product. The Democratic Labour Party isn't saying that to you. The Democratic Labour Party is saying to you, look, you need a strong opposition. You can't let all these people in and give them 30 seats. But I ain't right. It can be a one-party state. You don't know what will happen if you give them all those seats. So look, what you need to do, don't mind we ain't ready. Don't mind the candidates ain't so hot. Don't mind that we ain't quite have it together. Still put us in a few seats. There ain't gonna be many. Now, for me, the reason why that is insulting is because you did not care enough to prepare yourself to be the type of representative that I could respect and that I could come to the conclusion that you are better for me. You are coming to me and telling me by voting for a strong opposition, we know we are still second rate. We still know we are not the best. But at least give us a fighting chance. That is insulting. Because you have a responsibility to do a number of things. After the debacle of their governance, the things that were done, the things that were not done, the first thing they owed this country was an apology. Because what they did was not standard practice, not for the Barbados Labour Party, and it was not the practice for the Democratic Labour Party. They needed to apologize to this country for what they had done. But we know that they did not apologize, but worse still, we know they did not repent. We know they did not repent because they brought back some of the same persons who were in the first government, who mismanaged this country, who have not given an account for the things that they have done or left undone, and they have welcomed them back in the fold and have the temerity to present them to you as potential candidates to give you governance after they failed so miserably. It is an insult. We know that not only are they unrepentant, they now want to whitewash what has happened and call them glorious days. When I heard that, I said to myself, there are one or two things that is going on here. Either they think we are a pack of idiots, or maybe it was glorious days for them, but at our expense. But tonight, we have a message for them. Do not come back until you put your house in order. Do not come back unless you repent and apologize. Do not come back unless you have found the spirit of service in your heart, rather than taking the loyalty of Barbadians for granted and abusing them. That is my message to the Democratic Labour Party tonight. And St. Lucie, as the lead parish in this country, you need to send a strong message to the Democratic Labour Party, because the decision that you made back in 2018 was the right decision. And you have not changed your mind on that. And as long as the Democratic Labour Party continues to operate well below what is acceptable in this country, do not even take them on. From this day forward, and I say this to Barbados, go back to the doctor and the woman. You really think that woman should choose a doctor because he serves coffee in his office? Or he's come out and make enough jokes with her? You think she should choose her doctor because he's drive a big car? Or he's friends with her son? We don't do business like that. The business of governing a country requires more seriousness. It requires more thought. It's not a buddy-in system. You are choosing those who will lead you and guide this ship of state to a place of safety. And there is only one party in this country that can do that, and that is the Barbados Labour Party under the leadership of Mia Amor Mottley. A blind man on a trotting horse knows that. And you were correct in your judgment when you selected Peter Phillips. I've come to know Peter. I knew him from before. I'd met him before, but I did not know his personality. I used to see him in the bank. I think we exchanged conversation once or twice, but I did not know him as a person. But as one of his colleagues, sitting in cabinet, sitting in parliament, I have come to know Peter, and I have developed a deep respect for him. Peter, he don't shout. He don't make a lot of noise. Peter is quiet but resolute. Peter is affable. You can approach him. You can talk to him. But Peter is not a man you can push about. Peter is a man who likes to dot his I's and cross his T's. Because as his colleague, when I need something from my constituency, when he was in Ministry of Transport and Works, when he was in housing now, I think he went to agriculture at some point. One of the things that impressed me about Peter is that if I pick up the phone and call him, he will call me back. He will return that call. The second thing that impressed me about Peter is that when I share with him, these are my concerns for my constituency. These are the things that have not been done. Immediately he says, he's not going to get defensive. Immediately he says, Sandra, send me the names, send me the location, explain to me what is going on. I will check on it. And he does. I can repose absolute confidence in him to follow through on what he is doing, and so can you. Peter and I often exchange conversation at lunch, and we discuss our constituencies. We're able to share with each other what we're experiencing, exchange best practices. Well, how do you deal with this situation when you experience it? And Peter is always willing to give me his best advice, his best information. He explains how he experiences it, and together we work out what is the best way to do the best for our constituency. Because Peter has at his heart St. Lucy. St. Lucy is in his heart. St. Lucy is in his belly. St. Lucy is in his spirit. Peter always refers to you as my people. This is how many people in St. Lucy think or behave. No, this is what they need. This is what they want. And as I speak with him, I recognize that here is a man who did what the Bible said. That if you are going to build something, sit down and count the cost before you start on the journey. And that is what Peter did. He sat and he counted the cost of what it would mean to represent you, what it would ask of him, what it was that he would have to sacrifice in order to make life better for you. And when he counted the cost, he made the judgment that he wanted to do it. And before God, he stood up and made the commitment to serve you. And so he is at your service. And we would be more than happy and pleased to have Peter back again as our colleague in cabinet or colleague in parliament. Because Peter is able to bring the thinking, the perspectives that affect the people of St. Lucy. Peter is able to share the information on the ground of what really, really happens in people's lives, because he always keeps his pulse on the finger of the people in this beautiful parish of St. Lucy. You have a man tonight that loves and serves you. And I can think of no greater honor that you could give him on January 19th than that you select him to represent you again as your parliamentary representative. And I am saying to you, as you did not regret it the first time, you will not regret it the second. If once it tasted good, twice will be even better. Ladies and gentlemen, my recommendation to you tonight is to put Peter Phillips back into Parliament, and Prime Minister, put him back in the cabinet, and we will have a sound, resolute, practical, knowledgeable colleague who can add much value to our deliberations and walk with us and work with us and run with us. And you got to be able to clap and whistle too, because you got to work real hard in a Mottley administration. And we will have a colleague who can do of his best that will bring transformation not only to St. Lucy, but to Barbados as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my colleague, a man I respect, Peter Phillips, is your man tonight. God bless you. We will see you January 19th.
We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. We voted for me.
Thank you, Sandra. And thank you for putting into perspective what the people of Pike Corner need to hear, what the people of St. Lucy need to hear, what the people of Barbados need to hear. But I want to say to you now, I know there are a lot of you, but I want you to draw closer. I want you to come closer, because now is the time, and the time is now. You know, I introduced him a few nights ago in Checker Hall, and I felt like delivering a sermon. And I feel the same tonight because I have a representative who is proper. I have a representative who knows about progress. I have a representative, when you listen to his name, you understand who he is. His name is Peter. And I believe when his mother and father named him, it was preordained because Peter is the rock. And when it comes to St. Lucie, Peter is our rock. And I want you to join me tonight as we bring the rock of St. Lucie to this platform. I want you to come closer and listen as he presents to you tonight. I want you to bring forward that man who is the man for the time. I want you to listen to the man who has a plan for St. Lucie. I want you to come closer and hear what he has to deliver for you. So join me, Pike Corner. Join me, St. Lucie. Join me, Barbados, as I bring Peter, Ricardo, Phillips.
Forward ever, building together. No man.
Hey, dog.
Lady Essence, Tumpy Dan Escobar. Who we voting? BLP. Who we want? BLP. Who we voting? BLP. Who we want? BLP. Say the course with BLP. Auntie Mia, she's the right choice for we. Forget them other pop-down parties. We must say for voting BLP. Look, say the course with BLP. Auntie Mia, she's the right choice for we. Forget them other pop-down parties. We must say for voting BLP. Securing the future with Peter for a better today and tomorrow. Not a vote for the desperate one for her love. She admitted she's just one out to tell ya.
Before 10, B. Forget about D. You really want C. Don't vote B, you and me. No road, no housing. B.
Forward ever, building together. No man.
Good night, Pike Corner. Good night to my people. It is good to be home again. It is good to stand and address you tonight as we come towards the end of what has been a short, very dynamic, a very quick campaign, which will culminate on Wednesday, January the 19th, when you go to the polls and vote for Peter Phillips in St. Lucie again. When you go with the rest of Barbados and vote for more progress. When you go like the rest of Barbados and tell the Barbados Labour Party led by Mayor Amor Mottley, you have done well, we want you to continue. Tonight I come to the district that raised me. I come to the district where I was tutored and assisted by the mothers of this community. One who passed a few weeks ago, the late Ursula Cattle Sobers. I come to the district tonight where every Sunday I go to receive strength from God at Bennett's Temple, my church, just up the road. So I am at home tonight, my friends. I am at home tonight, my family. And I've come to speak to you on a couple of things. Because I want that when you go to the polls on January the 19th, just 2 days away, I want you to be quite clear. I want you to be absolutely clear, to have no doubt in your mind of the decision that you're going to make when you cast your X, when you cast your vote for Peter Ricardo Phillips, when you cast your vote for Mayor Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party. Tonight, let me begin by first thanking you, though. By pausing to thank you for the overwhelming support you gave me on May the 24th, 2018. When you said to me that now is the time and we want you to assume the responsibility of the leadership of this constituency. When you said to me that we are entrusting our future to you, led by God, we are giving you that opportunity to do those things for St. Lucie, which you often talked about, and which we believe will propel us forward as a constituency, as a parish. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that tonight. And therefore I return to you to speak to you on a couple of things and to report to you on where there has been and where there is some progress. It is important that when you are given the opportunity to do a job, you do that job properly, and you then come back to the people and says, look, this is what I have done. You wanted me to represent. You wanted me. You gave me that opportunity to work on your behalf. And therefore I come back to you to show you what has been done. When I assumed the office or the position as Member of Parliament for this constituency, St. Lucie, and I must say this tonight, St. Lucie had been represented for some 42 years by the opposite side. 42 years. And many of you questioned the progress. Many of you questioned what had been done. But I'm tonight not so good a historian. So I'm not going to talk about what was not done. I'm going to tell you tonight what we did as a government on the behalf of this constituency. Transportation was at an all-time low. In my first stint in the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance, we found a transport board. A transport board hardly with any buses. There were just 32 in the fleet. 32 buses to service an entire country. 32 buses. We had committed to you in our manifesto of 2018 that we will fix the transportation problem. Many districts across this constituency, many districts were affected. Many districts, I know many of you, some mornings had to wait long for a bus to leave, whether it's Pike Corner, or whether it was Josie Hill, or whether it was Cornelltown, or wherever, you had to wait long for a bus to go about your business. In addition to that, if you manage to get out, oh Lord, man, look at there, look one there. Woo! Lord have mercy, one of the electric buses bought by this administration. When I was the minister in the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance, it passed through so quietly. Top of the line, Wi-Fi, air condition. This is what we have done for you. This is what we have done for you as a government. This is what I was part of. And I brought to this constituency. In addition to that, in the ministry, we introduced a program called the TAP program, the Transport Augmentation Project, where owners of minibuses or ZRs were incorporated into the transport system, working alongside the transport board, running those routes assigned to them. And that therefore was enabling the ordinary man out there to be part of the process in transportation. My friends, tonight, the past 43 months or 3.5 years has not been an easy task. But we stuck to the task because we came in the interest of the people of Barbados. I came in the interest of you, the people of St. Lucie, Pike Corner, and Well Road, and St. Clements and Rockfield, all of you. What we did, what I did on your behalf because you have sent me there. And I will be forever grateful. We continue in the Ministry of Transport. And let me tell you something. There was a lot, and there is still a lot to be done. But you have to start somewhere. You have to start someplace. I recall the number of roads across this constituency, the number of roads that are in serious disrepair. But we have begun the process in fixing those roads. And let me tell you something. We will go at it every day. Once you give me that opportunity again on January the 19th, I will go to work every day to improve the lot and the conditions under which you, the people of St. Lucie, under which you, the people of Barbados, live tonight. That is what we are about. Looking after the best interests of our people. We're in a period or in a time when there is climate change. And climate change has seen unusual weather from time to time across Barbados. And St. Lucie has not been exempted from that. On November the 14th, 2019, we experienced some unusual rainfall and some flooding in this parish, indeed in this community as well. We had a bridge at Derms that was undermined. And when we visited there with our Prime Minister and political leader, on that evening we saw it was seriously undermined. and in danger of collapse. We set out to work. We set out to the task, on the task of repairing and fixing that issue. And in about 4 weeks, we had it well under control. We had the work done. This is what a caring government does for its people. This is what a caring MP does for his people. But it did not stop there. In 2020, again, we had some unseasonal and unusual way in which results from the climate change or the climate crisis which we face as a country. I had purpose in my heart. I had purpose in my heart as I walked and I canvassed this constituency in the lead up to the 2018 general election, to look at all the issues that there were. And we found an issue, a serious issue, with the bridge to my right here in Pike Corner. It had begun to be separated from the road. And so when I entered the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance, we set about repairing that damage and stopping further decay and possible some calamity on that bridge. But as we moved on, as we were about to work, we had another experience with a lot of rainfall, this time on November the 9th, 2020, resulting in serious flooding in St. Lucie again on the eastern side. The Prime Minister and I visited on that evening. And we decided as we looked and we saw what had happened, that rather than just repair the bridge, we will build a brand new, a new bridge will be constructed. It is still under construction tonight, but I say to you, it will be completed for the benefit of you, the people, you, the residents in Pike Corner. I must take time tonight and say that I regret, and I was indeed very saddened in November 2020 by the unfortunate incident on that Saturday when one of our youngsters, a young, intelligent, energetic, very disciplined young man by the name of Johannes Johnson, lost his life. And today, that still remains with me. And I have already spoken to his family. I have already spoken to the minister responsible for transport works and water resources now. And I made the commitment to you tonight, just as I made that commitment back in 2018 when I came to this same spot. And I said to you that I would seek to have the road in which Mrs. Carol Sobers lived named after her. It was done on her 104th birthday on October the 13th, 2018. I say to you tonight, the life that Johannes lived, a fine example of a young man who was taken away from us in unfortunate circumstances. That bridge that we construct, that is being constructed now, when it is completed, it shall be called the Johannes Johnson Bridge. Right here in Pike Corner, in memory of a fine young man. We cannot forget Johannes. May his soul continue to rest in peace. It is about what we are doing as we move on, my friends, my family in Pike Corner. I have come home tonight to give you that report and to say to you, more is to come. More is to come. Already, when we moved into the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, we were able to bring a number of our youngsters who are interested in farming. We were able to bring them into the feed program. The program feeds simply mean the farmers empowerment and enfranchisement drive. We were able to bring them in where youngsters were given, they were trained, they were given the irrigation drips, they were given seedlings, and they were given a plot of land at Mount Poya in which to start their business. Training them to be young farmers, to be entrepreneurs. This is what we have done. This is what the administration led under Mayor Amar Mottley would have done in the last 3.5 years to assist the people of Barbados, to assist you, the people in St. Lucie. But we did not stop there. We did not stop there. We have a program called the National Erosion Control and Aqua Recharge Program. This saw a number of our people right here in St. Lucie working in the plantation on the fields, planting cuscus grass to stop erosion. In the time when we had a pandemic, we were battling with it. This was a creative way of finding employment to help our people. We did not just fold our hands and feel sorry for ourselves as a government. I just did not fold my hands and feel sorry. But I said St. Lucie has to be a part of this. St. Lucie has to get a piece of this cake too. And so a number of persons were employed there as well. I want to say to you tonight, in the area of housing, everybody wants to own a piece of the rock. And that is important, and that is fine. The first housing development in St. Lucie was way back in the 1950s. This development was at Clean Gates. We have not had any other or a lot more work done in housing in this constituency. I am happy to report to you tonight that work has begun at Coconut Hall, where there are some 26 lots where houses will be constructed, and where you, the people of St. Lucie, and you, the people of Pike Corner, and whatever district that you are desirous of having one, and you meet the various criteria that there is, you will benefit from that too. Housing in St. Lucie. And we haven't stopped there, because we intend to go over to Bright Hall, where there's some 20 acres of land, and develop Bright Hall, another house in the area too. At Colleton as well. This is a caring government delivering for the people. We are going to have a housing boom, a construction boom over the next 5 years. When you go to the polls and elect the Barbados Labour Party representative in your constituency, when you go to the polls and elect me again as your member of parliament, we are bringing development to this constituency. But it's not just about housing. It is also about training and developing our young people, or persons whosoever would desire or would want to be part of that. In our manifesto that we bring to you, which is a social contract with the people, we have committed that as a result of this construction boom, we will institute an 8 to 12 week training program for persons who are interested in becoming artisans, masons, plumbers, carpenters, persons in electrical installation. We will train you, set up those programs for 8 to 12 weeks and train you so that you will be part of what is happening. You will be part of the development to lift you up from wherever you are and lift you higher, so that you will be part of the development so that you can earn more. This is what we are doing for you. I will want to add as well, when I became the Member of Parliament for this constituency, we had one lighted field. If you wanted to have a football game at night, you had to go to Checker Hall. If you wanted to play basketball at night, you had to go to Checker Hall. Whatever night activity you wanted to partake in of a sporting nature, you had to go to Checker Hall. I want to report tonight, we now have an additional lighted field at Cornell Town. We will get another field in the coming months, lighted at North Stars. We will get a mini stadium, lighted field right here at Lord's in the coming months. We are moving forward. We will also go back to Checker Hall and fix the grounds and install new lights. Give them bleachers. Bleachers will also be here at Lord's as well. So you will have 2 mini stadia in St. Lucie. 4 lighted fields altogether, right across this constituency. This is a government that cares. This is an MP that looks after your interests, your best interests. And so tonight, as I wind up my speech, my presentation to you, January the 19th is 2 days away. January the 19th is a very important date. It is a very important day. January the 19th is a day when you, the people of Barbados, you, the people in particular of St. Lucie, will go to the polls and vote in the respective constituencies for a parliamentary representative, for a member of parliament. You will go to the polls and vote for the best government or the best party you believe that can lead this country at this time. You will go to the polls and vote. I'm urging you to do so. I'm urging you to go out to the polls and vote. I'm urging you not to become complacent. I'm telling you not to take it for granted. I'm asking you to exercise your right as a citizen of Barbados. I'm asking you to exercise that right and go out on January the 19th and vote. But in doing so, consider what this Barbados Labour Party administration has done for you and for this country in the past 3.5 years of our administration. Consider what has been done for you, the people of St. Lucie, in the past 3.5 years of my stewardship, of my representation of you, the people. And with that in mind, I'm asking you to go to the polls in your numbers. Get up early on January the 19th. Get out there. Tell a friend. Carry a friend with you. Carry your brother, your sister. Your mother is ready. Your father is ready. I want you to go down hand in hand to the polls. You, the people of Pike Corner, and for other districts, will be going to the Ignatius Bio School. That is where your polling station is, whether it's LE1 or LE2. The persons some from Rockfield and Bishops and Coconut Hall will be going to the Hope Road Nazarene Church, where it is LE3. I want you to get up early. Go out there and cast your vote. Cast your vote for me, Peter Ricardo Phillips. I'm asking you to re-elect me to be your parliamentary representative for the next 5 years. I'm asking you to give me that opportunity to continue the work that I started. I'm asking you, ladies and gentlemen, my friends from Pike Corner, my hometown people, go out there on January the 19th and vote for me. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for me and Mottley. Vote for my colleagues. Vote every one of you, wherever you are in Barbados, for the BLP, led by Mayor Amor Mottley, that we may continue the work that we have started, that we may continue to lift Barbados, that we may continue to push forward. And I say to you tonight, we shall not fail you. We will give of our best to you. You have seen what is possible by what we've done in the past 3.5 years. We want the mandate to carry on from where we left off. We want that mandate tonight. And we want to, therefore, I will say to you again as I close, go out in your numbers on January the 19th and vote for me. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for the candidate in your respective constituency, and let us come back to government to continue the work. Good night and God bless you. I love you tonight.
Hold your butt forward ever, building together. No man.
Hey, dog.
Lady Essence, Tumpy Dan Escobar. Who we voting? BLP. Who we want? BLP. Who we voting? BLP. Who we want? BLP. Steady course with BLP. Auntie Mia, she's the right choice for we. Forget them other pop down parties. We must say for voting BLP. Look, steady course with BLP. Auntie Mia, she's the right choice for we. Forget them other pop down parties. We must say for voting BLP. Securing the future with Peter for a better today and tomorrow. Not a vote for the desperate one for her. She admitted she's just one at the time.
I hope you hear that song. And I hope that you hear that the people from St. Lucie. So I want to big up Lady Essence and Tumpy Dan on that song that they did for Peter Phillips. Give them a round of applause. And these are the things that Peter Phillips does for the young people in this constituency to ensure that they are uplifted and they are exposed to wider Barbados and the world. And I want to thank Peter for that speech tonight. And I know, well, I will tell you, I intend to go early. You don't have to wake me up. I am sleeping through the night. I am going to be up early, and I call in everybody that I can, and we are going to the polls, and we are going to vote for Peter Phillips and the Barbados Labour Party. But I cannot get in the power as I would wish to tonight, because I am not a speaker, but only the chairperson. But there is one I want to bring to you now. A man who has led with distinction in law and order in this country. A man who has been around from 2003 representing the people of St. Joseph, ensuring that he looks out for those people in St. Joseph. He is a man who is caring. He is a man who gives good advice. He is a proper representative as well. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to this stage tonight here in Pike Corner, my friend and comrade, Dale Marshall.
We going with the BLP. We resting ready, getting ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. We resting ready, getting ready. People smiling again, feeling proud again, 'cause we rising. We rising. We shining again, good things happening again, 'cause we rising. We rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this sweet country. 'Cause we safe with the BLP.
Good night, Pike Corner. Good night to all of my friends in St. Lucie, and I have a lot of them. Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family who have joined with us in supporting Peter Phillips over the years, and who have over time stood by and watched Peter grow, not just as a candidate, but as a representative. I do not know of a more humble yet assertive person in our cabinet. Peter in cabinet does not say an awful lot, but when he speaks, his first thought is for the people of his beloved St. Lucie. Peter has done an extraordinary job in representing the people of St. Lucie in the last 3 years in the House of Assembly after a decade of neglect. Peter has done an extraordinary job in dealing with your individual issues. And let me say at the outset that Peter, like myself, like Colin, like most of us, have had challenges over the last 2 years in particular in being able to see our constituents on a one-on-one basis. I know that some of Peter's constituents have been saying, I haven't seen you. They say so about me, and I know they say so about Colin. But it is not for any want of interest. It is not for any callous disregard for you as our constituents. It is simply the result of a number of issues coming together which have made it very difficult for us to deal with you on a one-on-one basis. But I want to give you the assurance that while you may not have been seeing Peter, Peter has been seeing you. Peter has been seeing every single one of your concerns. And I can say that as Attorney General, Peter comes to me frequently on behalf of his constituents who have issues that they want resolved, and the resolution for which lies in my office. Peter has been coming to me on matters like certificates of character, claims that people have in the AG's office for years that have not been settled. And he is persistent in making sure that he addresses constituents' needs. So yes, you may not have seen Peter as you would have liked. I know my constituents have not seen me as they would have liked. And I'm not making any excuses for any of us. The last 3.5 years have seen a set of parliamentarians and a set of cabinet ministers who have bent their backs to the many labors that came our way, who have used every ounce of our energy in dealing with the issues such as COVID, dealing with the issues associated with the freak storm, the ash fall, Hurricane Elsa. And that has nothing to do with the little day-to-day things that arise, the difficulty with water, difficulties that we used to have with transport and so on. And those issues that Peter has not been able to address by himself, we have sought to address as a cabinet. I looked on with envy when I saw that you had some flooding in St. Lucie. And in a matter of days, out of nowhere, Peter was able to ensure that a significant amount of resources was thrown into resolving that flooding issue. I don't have flooding problems in St. Joseph, I have washway problems. I have a different kind of problem. The water don't stay, but the land goes. And I wish that I had the ability to wave Peter's magic wand to deal with my issues. I can tell you, you can want for no better representative. And Peter is not in this battle alone. Peter is joined by a number of us who also represent rural constituencies and whose constituencies have suffered from disregard in the decade of the Dems. And I know that you will say, but St. Lucie had Dennis Kelman. But St. Lucie was disregarded too in the decade of the Dems. That is not to happen again. And part of St. Lucie includes the Scotland District. And I want to boast about the fact that for the first time in our history, you have a government that has borrowed $230 million. And the sole purpose for that loan is to rehabilitate 31 roads in the Scotland District. Well, I'm proud to say that a little over half of those roads are in St. Joseph. But some of them are in St. Lucie, and some are in St. Andrew, Ramel, and some are in St. John, because the Scotland District is 1/5 of Barbados' landmass. The most picturesque part, and St. Peter too, I forgot you call it. The part is in St. Peter. 1/5 of our landmass, the most picturesque views in our entire country. But our road network has been allowed to deteriorate under the Democratic Labour Party. They came and found a new Scotland District Authority Act. It was one of the last things we did when we were in government in 2008, because we recognized that the issues associated with the Scotland District were special issues and that you couldn't treat with them in the same way that you deal with planning applications in St. Michael or Christchurch or St. Philip. You have a situation in the Scotland District where a lot of people have invested money in land. In St. Joseph, I have districts where the people say to me, my great-grandfather went to Panama and sent back money to buy this land. But they can't access it. They can't use it because they don't have a road to it. And so we passed a Scotland District Authority Act to make sure that the Scotland District received the special and differential treatment that it deserved as a special area in our country. The last administration came to power, and instead of using the template that we had put there, instead of using what we learned as our lessons, they came in and completely rejected what we'd done. And so the Scotland District was allowed to fall into a state of total disrepair. But in 3.5 years, we have revived the interest in the Scotland District, and we have determined that no amount of money is too large. No amount of money is too hard for us to borrow. in order for us to be able to deal with rural Barbados and to deal with the Scotland District. There's a new deal coming for the people of rural Barbados, and Peter is expecting to stand in Parliament, having been elected by you on Wednesday, so as to be able to deliver that new deal to the people of St. Lucie. And I love St. Lucie. I love St. Lucie. And I have very good friends in St. Lucie, so much so that I once harbored the view, and still harbor the idea, of moving to St. Lucie when I get a little older and retire. Don't stop. Still come? You got room for me? All right. Peter, you can get me down here, boy. But I'm serious. I'm very serious. And I made some sacrifices. I made a personal investment in a little house spot in St. Lucie, because St. Lucie is perhaps the calmest and most peaceful part of this country. And I know that there are some of you who want to see development and so on, but we must always balance development with the need to retain what makes us what we are. And I don't want St. Lucie to change, not because I feel that change must not come, but because I feel that change must be consistent with what our history is. And St. Lucie is a peaceful and wonderful place, and I long to spend more time here. And you know, as an MP for rural constituency, you might wonder why you don't want to go to St. Joseph. I have probably too many places in St. Joseph that would take away my attention in my retired years. But you now have an administration in Barbados that is looking seriously at the rural parishes to make sure that they are properly serviced and that they get their fair share of the taxpayers' dollar. And the last administration would want you to open your arms and welcome them back. I ask you to reject that idea. The people of Barbados, I dare say, are not interested in going backwards. They're interested in going forwards. A lot of the things that they said they could not do, we came to government and did. We didn't have any fanfare. They were an administration that when they give somebody house keys, they will keep effect. We have been making changes to the way in which people live and work on a daily basis without any fanfare, without any celebration, because we have gone to government to do things to make people's lives better. And you all cheered when the electric bus passed. But remember that not long ago, the garbage was piling up so high the sanitation workers would need a ladder to be able to get it off of our streets. Remember that. And all of the various things that the last administration felt they couldn't do. I understand that you have some water issues in St. Lucie. And I feel your pain. Because for too many years, we in St. Joseph had water issues. And a lot of people lost faith in the government because they felt that it was just a lot of mouth talk. Don't lose faith. Because what people believed was a lot of mouth talk was turned into energy and resources. And across St. Joseph now, we can find St. Joseph and St. John, we can finally begin the exercise of moving those horrible black tanks from our landscape. Because now people can turn on their taps and get running water at every opportunity. The last administration felt that was too hard to do. Let me rent some black tanks. We don't get involved in that kind of business. Because the black tanks that were rented at a rate of $1,000 a month. Imagine that. $1,000 a month was paid by the Barbados Water Authority for every single one of those black tanks that dotted our landscape. When that money could have been better used to solve the water problem. The Water Authority built a building up in Wildy that cost over $100 million when that money could have been used to solve our water problems. Every step of the way for the last 3.5 years, we have been working to solve all of those critical issues that beset our people, even at a time when the economy has lost hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars. It hasn't been hard. But notwithstanding the fact that we've lost our revenue, we were still able to give our school children tablets so that they could learn in an online environment. The last administration has schools that did not even have toilet paper. Didn't have toilet paper. But we lost $600 million in revenue, but still determined to give every single student in Barbados an opportunity to learn by providing them with tablets. And yes, there are some families that had no electricity, and the Ministry of Education paid for them to get electricity. And there are the families that didn't have Wi-Fi, and the Ministry of Education paid to give them little wireless devices so that those children can continue their education. It wasn't hard, but we knew that we had to do it. When the last administration had economic difficulties, you remember what they did? Sent home 3,000 people. Just so. They fired 3,000 people when they had economic difficulties. Compare that to the Barbados Labour Party in the last 2 years. We had worse economic difficulties, perhaps. But instead of sending home people, we knew that we had to stand in the breach for all of those families who had lost breadwinners because hotels were shut down during COVID. We knew that we had to stand in the breach for all of those individuals employed by small service companies that went out of business. And instead of sending home people, we made a conscious decision to hire people because we understood that it was important to keep those families afloat, to keep those families' heads above water. Are there not families in this community of Pike Corner that receive vouchers? And are there families who receive the benefit of hampers? And some of you may not have needed it, but it warmed my heart to know that in those instances, people said, we don't need it, give it to somebody else. The Barbados Labour Party has proven what we were worth. We have satisfied all of those things that we were required to satisfy and more. And the best is yet to come. You know, there are a lot of naysayers who say that we are not a united government, and they spread a vicious rumor that 17 of us went to Government House to remove the Prime Minister. Utter garbage. And they call my name in that. I don't think they call Colin's name in it, but they call my name in that. And every platform, they're spewing that trash to try to get you to feel that the Barbados Labour Party government is not a unified government. But I say to you that this government is more unified than perhaps any other in the history of our country. And the tie that binds us, is the solemn responsibility that you place on 30 of us in May of 2018. We stand united, and the proof of that unity has been our ability to keep our country afloat at the worst of times. The proof of that unity is the fact that we have been able to reestablish the name of Barbados globally as a place to live and work and do business. The proof of that unity is the fact that our Prime Minister has been able to enjoy a reputation for stellar leadership, and is now, even though she comes from a country that is tiny, is now seen as one of the finest thinkers and finest leaders anywhere in the world. It's been an uphill climb. But we climbed upward every day because of the support that the good people of St. Lucie gave to Peter Phillips, and because of the support that the people in St. Peter gave to Colin Jordan, and because of the energy that the people in St. Joseph gave me, even though we only got 4 hours sleep sometimes, we knew that our efforts were going to be rewarded. And there are a lot of things that are still on our agenda to do, but if you look at our manifesto from the last election and looked at the things that we said we would do, most of those mission critical things have been achieved. I can say to you that in the area that I'm responsible for, law and order, we have been able to achieve practically every single one of the mission critical issues that we said we would settle. We've been able to make significant strides in the area of corruption. The Democratic Labour Party says in their manifesto that they put out last week, let us get serious about corruption. Biggest joke for the week. An administration that is bringing back Michael Lashley. An administration that is bringing back Dennis Law and David Eswick. And that crew wants to tell us that it is time to get serious about corruption. Now, that immediately tells you that when they were in government, they were not serious about it. You gotta accept that. They clearly were not serious about it. But so serious were we that within 6 or 8 weeks of coming to government, we had a new integrity bill before Parliament. And that bill went to select committee. The select committee met about 14 times. We received contributions both in writing and in terms of appearances from numerous people, including representatives of the Democratic Labour Party. And we crafted a solid piece of legislation that was voted for by every single person in the lower house, including Joseph Adderley. Unfortunately, when it went to the Senate, it was defeated. And I'm not going to call any names, but Joseph Adderley voted for it in the lower house. And his 2 senators in the Senate vote against it. Imagine that. The leader of the opposition in the lower house voted to support the integrity legislation. But his 2 senators in the Senate had so little regard or so little respect for him and his views that they felt able to vote against it. And that's a phenomenon that has happened now so many times. Because when we amended the Constitution to make Barbados a republic, Joseph Adderley voted for it in the lower house. And his 2 senators voted against it. But when we come back to integrity legislation, history will show that for the second time, the fact that the independent senators did not support the integrity legislation, it was defeated. It was defeated. But we didn't let that stop us. We are bringing it again. And when we win the next election, you will find that very early in the new term, we will once more be bringing to the people of this country an integrity bill, and I don't know what objection the senators will have then, because we've taken into account all of the issues that they say they have problems with. But even if you put that one side, we have passed the Prevention of Corruption Act. We have passed whistleblower protection legislation, because the fact of the matter is, if you want to root out corruption and general wrongdoing, people have to come forward. And I know that there's some of you in this audience who will be saying, but AG, we ain't locking nobody yet. I understand that. But one of the serious challenges that we've had to deal with is the fact that a lot of people say that they know about acts of corruption, but they don't want to come forward. Those are the problems that plague a small country. Everybody knows everybody else. And unfortunately, confidentiality is not always assured. But we understood that it was important to protect the whistleblower. The whistleblower is the person who comes forward and says, I know about something not just corrupt things, because our whistleblower legislation deals with all kinds of wrongdoing. And we've put it in place to protect the whistleblower. We've created a special anti-corruption agency. And they say, let's get serious about corruption. The House of Assembly and the Senate have passed 4 bills, all of them related to fighting the issue of corruption in our country. Because we are making sure that the legislative framework that we have to apply to corruption helps us to eliminate corruption going forward. And for those of you who are still sticking on the point that AG ain't locked up the body yet, let me tell you, investigations into the allegations of corruption began in 2019. And because we understood that it was a small society, but also we understood it was difficult to get the expertise that we needed, we brought in a team of international investigators to start that investigation. And they were in Barbados for several months, and that work began. They delivered a preliminary report, and they said that there were other things that they needed to go into, and they were due to come back to Barbados in 2020, but COVID struck. Those investigators are hard at work once more, because we will not rest until those people who have given Barbados a bad reputation internationally have been dealt with. Plain and simple. So as your people say, well, ain't catch you, ain't pass you yet. The time will come when they have to stand in the dock and give an account of their wrongdoing. So we have been serious about corruption. And we've been serious about law and order. You know, we criticized the last administration very soundly about law and order. We saw in our country people being gunned down on our streets. And it was something that began under the last administration, and it began to mushroom and mushroom and mushroom. And yes, since we came to government, that mushroom continued to grow. But after a year and a half, we began to see the numbers of gun-related crimes and the numbers of homicide decline gradually, to the point where for the year 2021, we only had 31 homicides. And of those, the number that were gun-related was down in the low double figures, 11 or 12, something like that. The statistics show that for last year, serious crime is down by 24%. The statistics show that for the year 2021, gun-related crime was down by 34%. And the reason these things declined had nothing to do with curfew. The reason these things declined had to do with the hard work of the Barbados Police Service. It used to be called the Royal Barbados Police Force. It had to do with the hard work that they put in to try to make our country safe. It had to do with the fact that we decided that we would give the police all of the resources that they needed. It had to do with the fact that we committed resources to save vulnerable families, because we understood, and I know there's a budding criminologist in the audience, we understood that those vulnerable families were not vulnerable only because of a shortage of money, but those families, some of the young people in those families, are often easily influenced by people who would lead them astray. And rather than allow our young people to be led astray, we said we would look for the 600 most vulnerable families in this country and give them financial support, and that's what we did. Because we understood and intend to practice our policy based on the idea that law and order is not just about police. Law and order has to do with saving our communities. I'm going to stop. I think the Prime Minister might be here. Right, Danny? But I want you to come out on Wednesday morning, determined not to allow our country to fall back into the clutches of a rapacious set of Democratic Labour Party people. They are not bringing to the table any experience. And the little experience that they do bring, are experiences that we want to get away from. They are not bringing to the table the skills that this country needs to employ to get us over the years ahead. But they want to revise history and invite you to go on a journey with them. That journey will take you back in time. The Barbados Labour Party is determined to take us all into the future. Forward ever, Blackwood never. Come out on Wednesday and support Peter Phillips as your candidate. Support Peter Phillips as the finest representative St. Lucie has ever had. Support Peter Phillips, who is the man for these difficult and challenging times. Good night. See you on Wednesday morning, bright and early.
Yes, we want she, me and Mottley. Yes, we want she to lead me again. Yes, we want she, me and Mottley. Yes, we want she, come sunshine or rain. So we voting again for she. We voting me and Mottley. We voting again for she.
And he has done a wonderful job as Attorney General. And I know that the people of St. Joseph will return him to office because he has also done a wonderful job as their representative. But I want to have a few words with you before I bring our political leader. And I want you to understand, in St. Lucie, we are behind Peter Phillips 100%. In St. Lucie, we are behind the Barbados Labour Party 100%. In St. Lucie, we are behind the Prime Minister and our political leader, Mia Amor Mottley 100%. And that shall not change after the 19th of January. And the reason it shall not change is because leadership matters. And leadership in this election is an important thing. Because on the one hand, you have someone who cannot offer you any leadership. But we have in the Barbados Labour Party the finest qualities of leadership. You have on the one hand someone who is not even called a leader, only called a president. But in this Barbados Labour Party, we know that we have one leader, one strong and caring leader. In this Barbados Labour Party, we have a woman who is caring, who is able to relate to each and every one of us. One who does not disrespect us. She is one who is for the people. And tonight, Pike Corner, tonight, St. Lucie, I want to present to you a leader tried, tested, and proven. A leader that we should return to on the 19th of January. I want to bring to this platform tonight our next Prime Minister, Mia Amor Mottley.
What we
Good night, good night, good night. I would never have expected to see so many people in Pike Corner at 5 to 11 on a weeknight. Peter Phillips, that tells me that things are happening in St. Lucie. And I see that you are also not standing alone. Dale Marshall, our country's Attorney General and the next Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, is here still with you. Colin Jordan, the next Member of Parliament for St. Peter, is also here with you. And I've come tonight with news from St. John, from Silver Sands in Christchurch East, from Carrington Village in St. Michael South Central, and they have all sent a message that they are ready to re-elect the Barbados Labour Party and all of the members. My friends, I have come to Pike Corner tonight, the home district. Peter, come on stage, my brother. Come through, fellas. Let me talk. We're going to talk tonight. They have told me, as I have come in the last few weeks to learn across St. Lucie, that they want the Barbados Labour Party government back in office. That they want me to be their Prime Minister. And that they understand and want Peter Phillips to be the next Member of Parliament for St. Lucie. And that you move this stand from me, man. Thank you. And I want Peter to stand next to me because I'm sending a message tonight. That when you vote for Peter Phillips, you're voting for Peter Phillips and me and Mottley. And I have come in the last month to come to understand all across St. Lucie. I have spent more time in this parish than any other. And I've done it because I don't want you to get confused or tie up. Ramel, that's you? Man, Jesus Lord, man, come, man. Stand up, man. Look at the next Member of Parliament for St. Andrew. Come forward and stand up. The fellas want to see you, man. The people want to know you. Because a Northman is a Northman is a Northman. You understand how much people in Pike Corner out on a weeknight? This is serious business. And I want us to send a message to Verla. Because Verla, you started on the wrong footing. We are fighting an election for who will lead in Bay Street. And you are fighting an election for who will lead in George Street. George Street cannot help the people of St. Lucie tonight, tomorrow, or next week. And the bottom line is that we have understood and heard you. I have taken the time to come to St. Lucie and to move district by district by district by district. I understand what you are concerned about. I understand the issue with water. I understand the issue with the brown water. But the brown water didn't start last year or year before. The brown water has been coming for some time. The difference is that this Barbados Labour Party government has taken action. And you know that at the Hope in St. Lucie, while they put a temporary desal plant in, Peter will tell you that every so often we have to shut down pumping in that temporary desal plant because of the salinity, the salt in the wells. And if you get too much salt in the water, they can't pump. So that what this government has done is that we took a decision earlier in the last year to buy another desal plant that was delivered in the country in October, end of October, November, that is now to be installed at the Hope so that we can ensure that there is continuous supply of water to the people of St. Lucie and Colin, to the people of St. Peter. I go further. We took the temporary desal plant from Trent's and we have negotiated with the owners of Colleton to put that temporary desal plant there. And we anticipate that within the next 3 to 4 months, that will be fully operational. That deals with the issue of sufficient water. But you also interested in getting rid of the brown water and not only the sufficient water. And we hear you. And that is the subject of 2 major problems. One, the Allendale well, as we know it, has 2 foot of silt, 24 inches of mud. You understand what I'm telling you? 24 inches of mud. And when you have 24 inches of mud, anything that is dark black, you're going to make everything brown when it mixes with white. And we have said, as I told the people of Checker Hall on Saturday night, that we're going to have to take that well reservoir off in order to be able to make sure that we can clean it and give you. Now, in order for that to happen, you got to plan. And you got to make sure that people got water every day. So you don't come and just fix it and people lick up for 2 weeks or 10 days or a week. And because this government has bought additional water trucks, we came and found 10. We got 38. You understand what I'm telling you? In the middle of an IMF program, we increased the number of water trucks because we felt the pain of the people in St. Lucie, in St. Peter, in St. John, in St. Joseph. Dale is here. His people in St. Joseph and Charles Griffith people in St. John, for the first time in 5 years, had running water for Christmas. It is the Barbados Labour Party government and the leadership we exercise to be able to spend the money to correct the problems that are affecting ordinary people that has caused that to happen. And I have every confidence that in this year of our Lord, we're going to deal with the Allendale issue, and we're going to deal and put in the additional desal plant that is on island now that will allow us to increase the number, the volume of water, so the people in Tree Hill and Boscobel and others who have been without water too often can get. Can you imagine you got a shop and tourists and Bajans coming around to the shop, want to use and patronize you, and you ain't got no water? Where the people ain't going to come? The people ain't going to come. When they finish eating the chicken wings, where they going to wash their hands? When they want to go and relieve themselves, where they going to wash their hands? Let's get real. And the Democratic Labour Party government ignored these issues for far too long. But I've taken the time as Prime Minister to come to you, to listen to you. And I want to thank Peter and his entire team, because it wasn't only Peter, Winfield, Danny, Nicole. Thank you. You ain't getting back to them neither, Nicole. I say so. Monique, others across St. Lucie have come and put genuine issues on the table, and we are facing them and fixing them. We're not perfect, and we can't get to everybody. People in the country know about large families, and they know that everyone in the family can't get help at the same time. And because we cut the term short, it means that there are a few people that Peter would otherwise have gone to that he ain't get to yet. But I have come to St. Lucie to tell you that he is not walking alone and that the power of my office shall be brought to solve the problems of the people of St. Lucie. In Clinkets, people wanted action, and what you know that they get it already. The well cover and the roads, the potholes. I didn't tell you that a pothole is a transitory inconvenience like Frandel. I come and fix it. I get it fixed fast. Ask the Chancellor Depot to go and sort it out. And God bless the officers and workers in that depot for meeting the needs of the people of St. Lucie. Peter Phillips ensured that the bridge coming across here, ignored for decades, being done. And then when we had the floods 2 years ago by Spring Hall Plantation, thank you, Dale. Open it for me, Peter, please. 2 years ago by Spring Hall, we fixed the bridge, the water coming down from off the hill. I come to talk local issues, not national issues, because I understand what you and the people of St. Lucie are enduring. And we are going to help you get better. And don't think because an election done, I ain't coming for little chicken and chips by Content. Or I ain't coming in Checker Hall by Jack's. I come in because you are getting two for the price of one. One vote, two representatives. One vote, two representatives. Let us be clear. Across this parish, more roads have been done under Peter Phillips than any other time. Across this parish, we are fixing bridges. Across this parish, we are dealing with the water. Across this parish, we are dealing with the community facilities. We have decided to make a mini stadium at Connelltown, putting in lights, putting in fencing, and the bleachers will come in a few months' time. And because we are doing 15 mini stadia, it means that if you want to hold a special tournament up here, that you can borrow bleachers from any of the other 14 mini stadia so that you can accommodate 10,000 people at Connelltown if you wanted to. That is what you call bringing services to the people. Dale Marshall will tell you, and Ramel Springer will tell you, but you know too, we fix up the St. Lucie District Hospital. We fix up the St. Joseph Outpatients Clinic. We fix up the St. Andrews Outpatients Clinic. All of this in an IMF program. All of this coming from the foolishness and the lack of money that the last government left us. We spending money for you. For you. Tonight I released the red bag in town. And I told Richard, see, careful what you ask for. And I'm not going to get into the salacious details because as a criminal lawyer, I know that I will not prejudice the case against you from any platform. But I'm telling and updating the country what is before you. And we come back here. And there's something that I'm going to share with you tonight because Verla is truly in desperate trouble. And desperate trouble because her whole team is imploding. You know what it is to lead. And you know if the people that you lead don't follow you, you ain't in nothing. You ain't in nothing. If the people behind you don't have confidence in you, you ain't in nothing. And why? You run in one constituency, you lose, and you run away from it. You run in the next constituency in Christchurch West, you lose, and you run away from it. We know you as Verla de Pisa in them two constituencies. And all of a sudden you come to St. Lucie and you change your name to Verla Graves de Pisa. The only problem is the people of St. Lucie, they know you. They know you. The Graves are a distinguished family. We acknowledge that. That's truth. The de Pisas are a distinguished family. We acknowledge that. But Verla, the good book tells us you shall be known by your deeds, not by simply your words. And if you didn't read that, the youngsters who know the dancehall tunes know action, not a bag of words.
Oh, Lord.
So wherever you stand, you know that what matters are your deeds. I'm not going to come up here and read the letter from Mr. Bob, but Mr. Bob felt disenfranchised by you. The others in the St. Lucie branch felt disenfranchised by you. Why is it that not even the last member of parliament has mounted a platform for Verla? Dennis Kelman. And I have always said that Kelly is my friend. That's the truth. Peter knows that. We beat him last time, but he's a decent fella. That's the truth. Just because you ain't good to be my MP don't mean you ain't good enough to be a friend. Kelly's a good man. But you have to ask yourself, why has Dennis Kelman not mounted a platform in St. Lucie for Verla de Pisa? And if the member of parliament, that's true too. And if the member of parliament for St. Lucie from 1994 to 2018, you understand? 24 years. And he cannot mount a platform to tell you in Pike Corner, in Josie Hill, in Cave Hill, in Rock Hall, and all in Bishops, in Northumberland, in Salmons, in Avistown, in Checker Hall, in Clinkets. Can't mount a platform to tell you, the people of St. Lucie, that reposed confidence in him for almost a quarter of a century, that still go down in Moontown and buy from him. And he cannot come to you and tell you that Verla de Pisa is his choice. The Democratic Labour Party launched their platform, Peter. Where? And where?
Checker Hall.
Where?
Checker Hall.
Oh dear. They ain't going to Checker Hall in St. Michael. They ain't going to Checker Hall in St. George. Checker Hall in St. Lucie. The same Checker Hall that we launched the gathering. And you couldn't get Kelman, who is less than a mile away in Moontown. That's true. The St. Lucie gathering was big, but we can do it all again when this COVID done. And St. Lucie can get a second chance again. But you could not get Dennis Kelman on the platform. I say shame on you, Verla. What is it to recommend you to the people of St. Lucie? And what is more, this election is about leadership. You want leadership solved in George Street. But the people of St. Lucie and the people of Barbados want leadership solved in Bay Street. Don't get tied up. So that when you want us to be collateral damage for your campaign, go back in George Street, where you beat Guy Hewitt, you beat George Pilgrim, beat Eswick, Richard Seeley, and Michael Ashley in George Street, not in an election campaign, not in a national campaign. No. 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 In Clinkets, we have negotiated with the owner of Fustic. He has agreed that he wants to donate to the community an Olympic-sized swimming pool. The village of Clinkets will be the first village in Barbados to have an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the residents of Clinkets and Half Moon Fort and Checker Hall and the other residents of St. Lucie. You understand? But we go further. I went in Archers Bay before, 2 months before the election. Peter Phillips took me there. And Peter said, Mia, Prime Minister, I want here to return to a premier picnic spot, not just for St. Lucie residents, but for the whole of Barbados. Because we know if it is that way, itinerant vendors in St. Lucie, when the no picnics come in, can go and set up a little stall and get a little piece of change for the people who come down here. The Archers Bay is one of the most beautiful sights in this entire island. But he went further. He said, I want you to put a hard court for volleyball and basketball. And I want a road tennis court next to it, because when people at a picnic, not everybody wants to sit down and drink or dance. Some people want to run about and play. They play a little volleyball or basketball. They can play a little road tennis. Others in the community have said to me, do we have enough land to make a cricket ground again? And we said we will look at it. The fellas that dine right there opposite Avistown, we agree that they should be able to beautify there, and we will let them form a co-op, and we will lease it to them so that they can have a little enclave that people can sell food and drinks, not just to locals but to tourists who go into Archers Bay. This is a government and a representative that care about ordinary people. Who we listen to? A foreigner? Or to the same fellas in Avistown? You understand what I'm telling you? This election is too serious for people to stand by. And I've come in the heart of Pike Corner. Evelyn Graves was my dear close friend. I am fooling you. I knew him when I came to office. And I respected him. I respected Kelman. But I said to Verla, your deeds of running from pillar to post every time you have lost have shown me you lack the intestinal fortitude and commitment. What is the one thing that men and young women want nowadays? Loyalty, 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 loyalty. Peter Phillips lost, and he stuck with you. He is not Jesus Christ. He is not perfect. But he is a good man and a good representative, and he is my proxy in St. Lucie. And when you vote for him, you vote for Mia Mottley too. And Mia cares. You understand? And I will keep you safe. Because I have spent more time in public life. I have been raised by the people of this country. I came into this thing at 23 years old. I am 56. Thank you, darling. But I know you got sweet mouth. But I gotta tell you, I ain't feel it. I ain't feel it. But I say this to you, that I would not know how to put your interests first and judge us by our deeds. Nobody from Temple Yard asked us to go in there and get them water and light. But I used to go down there on a Sunday night and listen to the music and the poetry when I got a little time, because I am a child of the 70s and 80s. I grew up with Jimmy Cliff and Bob Marley and Third World and Yellow Man and all them other things, early dance hall. You understand? Steel Pulse, Barrington Levy. Yes, I got a little gray hair. You understand? Barry Salmon. When I go to Jamaica, them men is big me up big time, and I give praise and thanks for them. In fact, yesterday when I didn't have a voice, a whole set of them, Tanya Stevens and all of them, send down remedies for me. Tessa and Chin, tell me what to do. Take a half a glass of water, put a straw in it and blow into it as a I never know that. Them is singers, not me. But as he loved at the show. The point that I'm making is that we didn't wait for people to come to us and tell them that they needed help. I went on other blocks in St. Lucie, and one by one by one by one, I said to men, I'm going to give you a helping hand. Because the notion that you get money for a day, the notion that you get money for a day, the money gone in 24 hours. But what you need is an opportunity. What you need is the ability to plan out your life and to live out your life. And that is what we have come to give you in St. Lucie. And I've deliberately chosen to spend the time with Peter, with you to do it. Because I want you to know, as the people in St. Michael know, and Marcus will tell you, Monique will tell you, that when I say X, I mean X. And if I say I can't do Y, my brethren, it's not because I don't want to do it. But like your mother or father, or your grandmother or grandfather, I just don't have it. And that is why. Because at the end of the day, when I tell youngsters that we're going to have a construction boom in Barbados this year, going whole town, you see Discovery Bay knocked down. That's going to start shortly. Going Bridgetown, you see Hyatt going to start shortly. Then the Pierhead going to start by the middle of the year. Then we building 10,000 homes. Then we got a hotel that got to do a town hall meeting that going next to KFC in Hastings. Then we got another hotel going by Sam Lord's Castle. After that one finished, because we split the 55 acres and decide rather than having one hotel on 55 acres, do two. So when I went in Crabhill and talked to Brian Griffith and all the rest of men down there, it is to tell them that we need to have skilled labor. And our manifesto talks about a construction gateway, about doing a crash program for training youngsters. Basic training in masonry, 8 weeks. Basic training in carpentry, 12 weeks. You ain't gonna come out as a master carpenter, because everybody who kick a football in a Maradona. Huh? But you learn, and you start, and you pick out who got passion and who got ability, and then they move up, move up, move up, move up, move up. And I tell the men, just as I said in St. John tonight, go and look in the churches. Go in St. Lucie Parish Church. Go in St. John Parish Church. Don't tell me that men working 200 years or 300 years ago, our forefathers, could do better work than you who got tools today. No, don't tell me so. Don't tell me so. So we got to create a cadre of master craftsmen in this country. And you know why? You ever see a poor plumber yet? Not me. Every plumber I know got money in the pocket. Every welder. And the bottom line is that the average person in construction who is good at the job earns more than you earn in the public service. Straight talk. And you got opportunities. If you could take the same coral rendering, coral dust, coral blocks that is distinctive in Barbados, you then create an opportunity and a skill that others in the other parts of the world want. I can't find a joiner in Barbados under 51. I ain't Connelltown, not Connelltown, I ain't Content. Ashanta, what the man name again? On Saturday. You can't really join a man from St. Lucie. 51 years old. St. Elmo is the middle name. I remember that fully. And I asked him, how many young joiners you know? Nobody can tell me. But yet this is the country that the people from Martinique and Guadeloupe and all boat come and buy all the antique furniture. I mean to tell me that we got young Bajans that we ain't teaching how to build that same furniture to be able to get almost every house, chattel house and big house in Barbados had tub chairs and Morris chairs. Not true? We ought to be making them again. Instead of letting courts and standards import all these chairs from overseas that don't last when the day come. Them chairs last 200 and 300 years. Your forefathers built them with pride. They had the materials and the equipment that you got. And I'm saying that if they could do it, my brethren, my sister, we can do it too. Just need the opportunity. I talked to the fellas in Clinkets, and I'm going to start there. Kirk Humphrey has already started to make sure that we can build boats, fishing boats. And I said, look, we want to be able to take a chance on our people just as we did with the trust loans. Under the dams, tell me which part you could go and borrow 5,000 without having the collateral or security. You're going to Bridgetown and I want to know your mother name, your grandmother name, the grandmother, plot papers and everything. And we, as a government, say no. We believe we could take $10 million a year and take a chance on Bajans. Because in addition, most poor people is pay back the loans. Look at the Barbados Mortgage Finance Corporation. The default rate over 35 years was 3%. In other words, 97 out of every 100 people pay back the loans. And I ain't gonna take a chance on ordinary Bajans. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. And we have done it. And almost 5,000 Bajans have benefited. Oh Lord, look at that bus and I ain't got to stop talking. I so proud. Look at it purring its way through. In fact, it didn't even purr. It's silent, 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 silent. AC, free Wi-Fi, and clean, clean, clean. And you know that instead of worrying in St. Lucie or St. Joseph or St. Peter about what time your children can get home from school, you now got regular bus schedules bringing your children home safely at night, and you ain't got to worry every night about who gonna rob them and who gonna maim them. And they WhatsApping on the bus letting you know, I'm on my way home, mommy and daddy. Thank you, my brother, for telling me. I am saying to you that we are on a mission to transform this country. I got to stop because of the curfew. And I hope that in 6 to 8 weeks, we can get beyond this with Omicron and that we have be able to get back to some levels of normalcy. But believe you me when I tell you, we have to do a crash training program for our young people. The Guyanese came the last time there was a construction boom. There is oil in Guyana. They are not coming from an oil-rich country to a country like ours that is fighting up. I have to rely on you, ordinary Barbadians, ordinary young people. And if you don't have the skills, step up and let me get the skills to you. And those who are passionate then earn above and above and above. As I said, just because you can kick a ball don't make you a Maradona. But you have to train and train and train. Yeah, man. You could kick, but you ain't Maradona yet. But we could get you there. We could get you there. You ever watch the movie with Pele? You ever watch it? If you haven't watched it, Peter Phillips, get it and show it in this community for the people and all across St. Lucie. Pele stand up and kick a mango, balls at a mango tree over and over and over every day. Gary Sobers and them men were ball to one stump every day, every day, every day. Because practice makes perfect. And that is the ethos that we want to bring back. I want, however, before I finish, and the AG is reminding me, because just before I came on the platform, he sent me, and this is now talking to the country through you in St. Lucie, but talking to you in St. Lucie, because I have every confidence and every belief. It is my opinion, it is my belief that this case that has been filed this evening, tonight, in Barbados, has been filed as a result of the inspiration by the Democratic Labour Party, who is not ready. Verla's candidates are scattering all about because the three big men that collected money have left all of them penniless and wanting and lacking. And Verla has not been able to do nothing to stem the bleeding. So what happens? This evening, a case has been filed in the law courts of Barbados to prevent the election on Wednesday. You ever hear more madness than that? You ever hear more madness than that? I have never known an opposition party or parties to complain about an election. I know what it is to have been leader of the opposition. And I wanted an election so bad, and Frandel keep it not even within the 5 years. He carries us to the 90 days after the 5 years. And contrast that to Verla. When I announced the election on the 27th of December, all of them tell you, she, Joe, all of them, because them inspiring Joe. Don't get tired. In fact, I see the truck going around announcing Verla this afternoon in St. Lucie, and I see enough orange from the Alliance colors inside that truck. It was in Rock Hall. I see them when I was on my way to Bishops. And what has happened is that a case has been filed, and the case is called Philip Nathaniel Catlin and Sandra Prunella Mason, the first defendant, the Attorney General, the second defendant. The case has been filed for an urgent injunction to call off the elections on Wednesday. Why? 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 Because they know they are losing. And they are now trying everything to stop you from returning the Barbados Labour Party to government and allowing us to continue the mission of transformation. I will not say much. He can ring it soon, don't I? When I done, he can ring it, because I have every confidence that the court will ring it too. And why? Because the case law, and I am no Attorney General. Give me one minute. I am no Attorney General now, but I used to be one. And my memory is short. And Dale knows, and I know, that there's case law in the Commonwealth Caribbean that makes it absolutely clear that the High Court has no jurisdiction to suspend or to stop any election once the writ is issued. And that the only court that can have anything at all to do with an election is a special election court. And the only jurisdiction it has is to determine what happened in the election. So the election would have to happen before the election court can pass and render any judgment. And we are not talking about case law that is in US or in a foreign place. We're talking about case law in CARICOM, in the Caribbean. And look, nobody asked for this pandemic. But the World Health Organization has now told us that the pandemic is likely to be, check this word out, endemic. You know what I mean? That it is going to be with us over and over and over. I tell you straight that it's in a sprint. It is now a marathon. That we have to learn to live with it. And you know and I know that when people in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, that they don't get to come out and vote just so, they too can't vote because they're sick. That's a fact. And the men in prison can't vote because they're in prison. But we're not disenfranchising them in any election. We didn't disenfranchise the people in QEH in 2018 or 2013 or 2008 or 2003 or 1999 or 1994 or 1991 or 1986 or 1981 or 1976 or 1971 or 1966 or 1961 or 1956, and I'm going to stop at 51 when Grantley Adams gave the right to vote. That's a fact. And the fact that you may be sick is unfortunate. Now, I may have different views, but the reality is that that is the function of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is independent. And what we have instead is a Democratic Labour Party government opposition telling you, along with the alliance that them help sponsor and the other alliance, that you should not have an election because they are not ready for it and because their candidates are rebelling because they don't have access to the infrastructure. You don't see posters from all of them. You don't see the other things that go with it. You saw a manifesto that come out so late, and when it come out with so many errors. Yeah, double talk. But believe you me, this country has too many serious problems to face in 10, 15 years. I will never, Peter, forget the Saturday morning when we came with those floods in St. Lucie. And when we went across They told us, everybody that I spoke to on that Saturday, that they have never seen flooding in St. Lucie that took place on that Saturday, that brought down that bridge right there by Spring Hall Plantation. And why? Because of the climate crisis. The freak storm. Hurricane Elsa, the first hurricane in 66 years. But I never see a hurricane in Barbados before. I see one in Miami, I see one in Jamaica, I see one in London. I never see one before. So my friends, we have serious issues in this country to fix. In Tree Hill and Pike Corner, I have met with a number of you, and I've told you we are not going anywhere. And when you vote for Peter Phillips, I give you the assurance, my brethren and sistren, that you get 2 for the price of 1. And I say to you that if the messages from the rest of Barbados are true, as I know they are, the Barbados Labour Party government will be the government on Thursday morning. And if that is the case, then I ask you in St. Lucie to join with me and let me continue with Peter Phillips the work. We are not perfect, but we are good people trending in the right direction, and we want to help you as we have done already. Mount Poye, I start to expand the lands for agriculture there yet. And we are putting in water there as well. We put in water at Spring Hall just as we've done at River and Bordens and Haggards. No government before has brought water to farmers to be able to ensure that you can increase your yields. We are now about to deal with the soils, because if the soil is degrading and not giving you the yield, then you're not making the money that you should make. This is our solemn commitment to you. These houses around here that are valued $400,000 or less, you will not pay land tax at the end of the next term, because we will abolish land tax for all properties under $400,000. And for people whose properties are over $400,000, you will not pay on the first $400,000. That is 80,000 Barbadians in total benefiting, 40,000 with no land tax and 40,000 with reduced land tax. I can go on and on and on, but the hour is late and you must get home before the curfew. But luckily, it is a local crowd, and luckily you can get home fast, and luckily you are going to come out on Wednesday morning early and vote for Peter Phillips, and make sure, my friends, that the Barbados Labour Party and Peter Phillips will be in the next government. Thank you, and God bless you, and give us that vote, because I know it will make a difference to your lives in St. Lucie. God bless you, and thank you, my friends.
Thank you, Pike Corner. Thank you, political leader. Thank you to all the speakers who came out tonight. Thank you for those who are viewing live on the stream. We want you to come out on the 19th of January. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party in your constituencies. We here in Pike Corner, we here in St. Lucie will be voting for Peter Phillips. And we shall be active come Thursday morning. Good night. God bless you. Get home safely.
We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along. Active, active. BLP, we're active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate.